is the February 1st, 2022 regular meeting of City Council. Would you please rise and do the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible.
Able to continue?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just coming back to you now.
Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
So I'll get back to you on the climate.
Certainly. Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez, not yet here, but will arrive. Councilmember Sneddon. Here. Councilmember Friedman.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon.
Here.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Present.
Councilmember Jordan.
Here.
And Mayor Rouse.
Here. Very good. We
And
have
Councilmember-
some ceremonial items to read.
Yes, and I note that Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez is here.
Thank you.
Ceremonial item 1, Employee Recognition Service Award Pins.
Ms. Bjork.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and Council. As we do at this time each month, we have some employee service award names to read for recognition. We recognize our employees on each of their 5-year anniversaries, and today we have a number of employees to read from across the organization. With 5 years of service, Raquel Becerra, an administrative assistant in Public Works Department, Mariana Cruz, our senior wastewater collection system outreach program coordinator, also in the Public Works Department, and Sarah Isa, principal project manager for the airport department. With 10 years of service, Justin Hesketh, a police officer, Christopher Ricard, a parking coordinator in the Public Works Department. With 15 years of service, Bill Hornung, general services manager in the Finance Department. Jeff Smith, recreation supervisor in the Parks and Recreation Department. And Jose Ibarra, grounds maintenance worker 2 in the Parks and Recreation Department. With 20 years of service, we have Adam Nars, geographic information system technician in the Community Development Department. With 30 years, Greg Metcalf, waterfront maintenance worker 2 in the Waterfront Department. And with 35 years, David Ward, fire captain in Fire Department. We do not have anyone here to accept their proclamation in person, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any changes to the agenda?
Mayor Rouse, yes, there are a couple of changes. We just need to note that item 3, the emergency economic ordinance, the attachment to the ordinance was inadvertently omitted from the agenda, but it was previously included with the introduction of the item, so it is publicly available and has not changed since an introduction. No need to pull that unless there are other questions on that. And then we do need to pull item 13. We will be bringing that back to you at a future meeting.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, time for public comment. Public has 3 minutes each to speak on items that are not on the agenda that are within the purview of this body. Madam Clerk, are there people to speak publicly?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have one person, Fred Natus, or Natus. Fred Natus. Please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me? Hi,
Yes.
can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Oh, great, thank you. Hello, Mr. Mayor and the City Council members. Some of you likely have read a letter from 15 gardeners at Yananali Community Garden at the Eastside Park. I'm one of those gardeners. We're opposed to the Parks and Recreation Department's plans for renovating Eastside Park. The plan shrinks the overall garden, shrinks each gardener's plot size, limits households to 1 garden each, and because of all this, disregards the importance of these gardens to the community. This is unnecessary. There's room for an appealing park and a thriving garden. At issue, the plan calls for the garden's perimeter fence to be moved in at least 40 feet, so decreasing the garden's size. 20 garden plots now actively being gardened will be wiped out. Those gardeners just received letters telling them to move out by April 1st. At least 10 of these gardeners will have to go on the waiting list for gardens. Why, if demand is increasing for gardening, should the garden be shrunk down? At an open meeting I attended, planners talked about adjusting a fence line, not slicing off a large portion of the garden as the plan now makes clear. By the same downsizing logic, Parks and Recreation announced that they will eventually raise all of the plots and downsize them as well, perhaps from 200 square feet to as small as 50 square feet. That's the dimension listed on the site plan online right now. As one gardener said, that's a 2 zucchini garden, which is a far cry from actually doing serious organic gardening. Such a drastic move won't be necessary if the fence is not moved in during phase 1. Santa Barbara only has 2 community gardens now. We are turning to the mayor and city council to rethink this plan. Fresh food is a big deal. Food insecurity is a big deal. Having garden plots big enough to raise fresh organic produce on is a big deal. Many people in this neighborhood don't have other access to gardening sites. This garden has been around since the 1970s, started by community members, not Parks and Recreation. We ask that the council reconsider the East Side Park renovation. Surely there is room enough to enliven the park without shrinking the garden. We request a meeting with our East Side representative Alejandra Gutierrez and with Eric Friedman, the council's liaison to Parks and Recreation, to try to resolve this problem. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there further public comments, Madam Clerk?
One moment, Mr. Mayor. Yes, we have one further public comment from Aaron Ashland. Aaron Ashland, please go ahead.
Hi, Mayor Rouse and members of the City Council. Thank you for your time and service to our great city. I'm calling to bring your attention to some issues. Can you guys hear me? Okay, sorry. I was hoping to bring your attention to some issues I was hoping you could address. Number one, I don't think the plastic yellow tube on a spring at the ends of the blocks of each promenade will stop something terrible from happening to Santa Barbara like happened in Wisconsin during their holiday parade. But we have crowds on some weekend nights like Wisconsin probably had for their parade. Evil people might see this as an opportunity that we can't let happen. I'm attaching pictures, or I'll email you pictures of what I've seen other cities do to help protect these areas where they have outdoor dining. You might even be able to save some money by getting them from a city that no longer needs theirs. I do believe bollards will be the long-term solution. This would probably just be a safe bridge between now and then. Two, I do believe that we need more police presence on the promenade, especially during busy times. I'm not saying that we should be locking up kids for doing wheelies, but I do think that we would all be pleasantly surprised at how much safer the promenade will be for everyone with some police presence. I know we're short-staffed, so at the very least, we could park an unneeded police car on the corner by the old Something's Fishy. Most people just need a kind nudge to follow the rules and make things safer for all. On the corner of State and Haley, we have our own problems. We have many homeless people panhandling. We have the Salvation Army a block on one side and the Falding Hotel on the other. Needless to say that there's constantly enough reasons to have at least a potential situation arise. This could potentially be a great opportunity for the community to get to know our amazing men and women in blue rather than potentially meeting them in a stressful emergency situation. Number three, I would also like to bring up the idea of painting the first spot at each intersection of the promenade as a blue handicap spot. If not, at least the second spot. I've seen this in other cities' promenades, and I thought it was a great idea to enhance accessibility for all. Number four, I've heard concerns that the promenade challenges businesses on side streets, and this might be true, so let's come up with a plan. You can give them space in the middle of the 600 block or the 800 block so we can leverage the promenade's popularity to showcase other local businesses and attractions, possibly a pop-up visitor center in the middle of the 600 block that showcases things off of State Street. There are many possibilities, but making the promenade less attractive for all isn't actually going to benefit anybody. Jason and Nina could find a fair way to rotate small local retail businesses using the space on State Street to showcase what they do. There's a lot of restaurants like Lido's on Haley that never got a parklet or a patio, and they could really benefit from maybe a taste of Santa Barbara in the middle of State Street on Sunday afternoons, let's say. I think there's also a lot of positive potential for things like drone racing for children at night in Paseo. We could set up prizes and trophies and scholarships. We could adopt dogs in the street, yoga in the
Wrap up
street
your
in the
comments,
mornings.
please.
Sorry. Is that my time?
All right, yeah. Okay, thank you very much for your comments. All right, very good.
Yep.
Any further comments?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have Betsy Kramer. Betsy Kramer, please go ahead. Betsy Kramer, you can go ahead.
Is that my time?
All right, yeah. Okay, thank you very much for your comment.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we have Betsy Kramer. Betsy Kramer, please go ahead.
Hi, I got here late. I didn't hear the earlier speaker, but I'm here to speak about the community garden. I've had a plot there now for approximately 4 years, maybe 3 to 4 years, and I enjoy it. I share the vegetables with neighbors and who can't otherwise garden, and was very disturbed to go to the October meeting and hear that the intention was to cut down the size to 5 by 10 instead of the present 10 by 20. I asked, well, will the price then be reduced? And the parks planner, Denise Johns, I think it was, said no, it'll be the same price. Well, the price actually is not that important to me, at least. What is important is having a size to be able to garden properly. And they explained that we would be given notice, we would be told as to how it would be done, and that a grant would be applied for, and that the cost would be, I believe that they said approximately $800,000. They also said that there was a waiting list of people. However, from what I've seen, there are several vacant plots already, and there won't be any additional plots with this. The garden spaces will just be smaller. It seems to me really, really unfortunate. There has been no further notice. I at least have not received any further notice. I understand the people along the fence who will be losing their plots have been told to, they'll have to stop gardening as of April 1st. And it just seems to me this is unnecessary. The main park needs renovation, I agree, but the garden itself works very well. And so I hope something can be done to change this decision, which is certainly not done in consultation with any of us who have been gardeners there for many more years than I. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, any further commenters?
No, Mr. Mayor, no further comments.
Thank you very much. We'll move then to the consent calendar, or do you have items to read?
I do. On the consent calendar, a few items to read. Item 2, adoption of an ordinance for a proposed 10-year mooring lease with the state of California for the East Beach Mooring Program. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara authorizing the waterfront director to execute lease agreement number 8688 between the state of California and the city of Santa Barbara for the East Beach Mooring Permit Program, commencing upon the effective date of the enabling ordinance. Item 3, adoption of an uncodified ordinance providing an economic recovery extension and transition period by amending, restating, and extending provisions previously included in the emergency economic recovery ordinances. Recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only an uncodified ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara providing an economic recovery extension and transition period by amending, restating, and extending provisions previously included in the emergency economic recovery ordinances. Item 4, introduction of an ordinance approving the 2021 through 2022 management salary plans. Recommendation that council adopt and introduce and subsequently adopt by reading of title only an ordinance of the council of the city of Santa Barbara adopting the 2021 through 2022 salary plan applicable to unrepresented managers and professional attorneys except the city administrator and city attorney, and the 2021-2022 salary plan applicable to certain unrepresented safety managers. And Mr. Mayor, that's all to read on consent.
Thank you. Does anyone need to pull anything from the consent calendar? Okay, then without further comment, wait further reading, we'll take a motion to move the consent calendar. Public comment? Do you have a public, do we have a public comment? Thank you, Rick. Still getting used to this, yeah.
Mr. Mayor, no raised hands at this time.
See?
Oh, I apologize. Mr. Mayor, we do have a raised hand, Aaron Ashland.
About an item on the consent calendar?
Just raised his hand as we asked for public comment on the
Okay.
consent calendar. So let's pull up our timer. There we go. And Aaron Ashland, please go ahead.
Excuse me, which item are we speaking to, Mr. Ashland?
I believe it's 17 from last week, unless that would have changed.
This is only about the
The
consent calendar,
ordinance.
Mr. Ashland. This is not,
Oh, I apologize.
Okay.
Wrong time, my fault.
thank you. Okay,
No
So-
further speakers on
okay,
the
so
consent
we'll
calendar.
wait for the reading, and we'll take, we'll vote on the balance of the consent calendar. You call the roll, please. A motion, a second, please. Motion, consent calendar?
So move.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Friedman, second by Sneddon. Now, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, and this is for the entirety of the consent calendar. Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez?
Yes.
Councilmember Freeman?
Yes.
Councilmember Sneddon?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon?
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez?
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan?
Yes.
And Mayor Rouse.
Aye. All right, very good. Let's move on to item 11. Would you read the item, please?
Yes, item 11, adoption of resolution setting the date for a public hearing regarding declaration of a public nuisance from traffic impacts of the Chick-fil-A restaurant. This is a recommendation that council adopt by reading of title only, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Santa Barbara setting March 1st, 2022 as the time and date of a public hearing to consider the declaration of a public nuisance arising from the operation of a drive-through at the restaurant located at 3707 State Street, APN 051-590-024.
Very good, Madam Clerk. Now, before we get into any offers of public comment and/or questioning, I would like to read a statement to contain where we're going in this particular hearing, or this is not a hearing, but what we're doing today. I want to offer some process guidance to the public and my colleagues about today's potential action on Chick-fil-A. As we all know, special procedures apply to quasi-judicial hearings held before the council. Our procedures are meant to assure the rights of everyone to a full hearing by fair decision makers. One of our main rules is that the council must limit its decision-making considerations to written and or oral evidence presented during the hearing. Although we are not conducting the hearing to gather evidence today, we are being asked by our professional staff to schedule such a hearing. It is important that the council remain open and committed to a fair and thorough evaluation of whatever evidence we ultimately receive during any hearing. The staff report explains why the staff thinks a hearing is necessary, but we are not being asked to agree with the staff's views, nor should we comment on staff's views or concerns at this time. With this overriding concern about fairness in mind, I do want to do two things. First, I want to make sure that everyone in attendance today knows that they are invited to encourage to present evidence on the Chick-fil-A situation at our evidentiary hearing on March 1st, if we decide to schedule that hearing. Second, I want to ask the interested public to limit comments to the simple question of whether a hearing should be held. So rather than try to litigate this process today or have a hearing on the process, we're talking about the question of a hearing, yes or no. All right, very good. So staff presentation, please. Mr. Bailey.
Mayor Rouse, good afternoon. My name's Derek Bailey. I'm with the city's Public Works Department, Traffic Engineering Group. As you mentioned, the topic today is the adoption of a resolution to set a date for a public hearing regarding declaration of a public nuisance from traffic impacts of the Chick-fil-A restaurant. Next slide, please. Just by way of background, queues from the Chick-fil-A restaurant persistently back up onto State Street, and those queues negatively affect traffic safety and mobility. And attempts to address the situation have been unsuccessful, as outlined in your council agenda report. Next slide, please. The purpose of today's action, if adopted, as recommended, today's action will set a date and establish the procedural framework for a public hearing consistent with the legal due process. The public hearing will be noticed and held in a manner similar to other quasi-judiciary hearings. A copy of the council agenda report and the attachments have been sent to Chick-fil-A. And public comment at today's meeting should be limited to whether to hold a public hearing, as the mayor mentioned. Next slide, please. And staff's recommendation is to adopt a resolution setting a hearing date of March 1st to consider the declaration of a public nuisance arising from the operation of a drive-through restaurant at 3707 State Street, also known as Chick-fil-A. That's the end of our presentation.
Very good. Okay, so bearing in mind the instructions that we provided about the question today, are there questions for staff? All right, seeing none, and hopefully the same advice to the public. We're going to consider whether or not to have the hearing and when to have it. We've scheduled March 1st. Madam Clerk, are there speakers?
Yes, we have 4 speakers: Joseph Billings, Rhonda Hobbs, Roseanne Crawford, and Spencer Kallick.
And once again, before we proceed with the speakers, if you're listening, we really would like to contain this to the subject at hand, which is to have this hearing or not, and not try to litigate the process until it's fairly done in a full hearing with both sides present. We recognize a lot of letters on both sides. There's a lot of passion about this issue. We want to do this as fairly as possible. So today is a hearing. Hearing is a decision about having the actual date to have the hearing. With that, first speaker, please.
Our first speaker is Joseph Billings. Joseph Billings, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and council members. My name is Joe Billings, and I'm an attorney with Allen & Kimball LLP in Santa Barbara. I represent the Thompson Family Limited Partnership and the McCollum Family Trust, who own the Chick-fil-A property at 3707 State Street. I am here to request that the council does not set a hearing at this time to determine whether the drive-through is a public nuisance. The family has owned the property since the 1950s when it was just a vacant lot. They are Santa Barbara locals and business owners who care deeply about the safety of their community. I'm here to express our concern at the owner's lack of involvement in any discussions with the city regarding the drive-through on their property. The owners have not been contacted by the city about the issue, and they did not receive any of the letters from the city to Chick-fil-A that were included with today's agenda report, which date back over 2 years ago. The owners were generally aware that the city and Chick-fil-A were working on a plan to improve the drive-through to prevent traffic from spilling onto State Street. However, they were unaware of the urgency of the issue or that their drive-through was at risk of being declared a public nuisance. Had they known, then they would have immediately worked with the city and their tenant to help find a solution. If the drive-through is declared a public nuisance, then one of the potential remedies suggested by city staff is to revoke the drive-through's legal non-conforming use status. Doing so would be a drastic move that would greatly harm the owner's property rights without even giving them the opportunity to help find a solution. Again, the owners request that the city or that the council does not set a hearing at this time to determine whether the drive-through is a public nuisance. However, if the council does set a hearing, then the owners request that it be scheduled at least 90 days out. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Mr. Colon, if I may, that seems to be a legal process issue, and I don't know where we stand on the timing of this. I know Mr. Gutierrez has a question about this as well. Can I get some advice, please?
Honorable Mayor, I would suggest that you hear from all of the speakers. As I understand Mr. Billings, he is not representing Chick-fil-A. He's representing the local folks who own the property. And as he said, he was aware of the situation. So I'd be happy to answer you, but I think it'd be good to hear all the testimony.
Okay, very good. I think we should do that then. Madam Clerk, would you bring on the next speaker, please?
Certainly. Our next speaker is Rhonda Hobbs. Rhonda Hobbs, please go ahead.
Mayor Rouse and council members, please move forward with holding a public hearing immediately. Public interest demands that immediate action be taken on this measure. A petition previously submitted to council needs updating in its support. At the time of submission, this petition had garnered over 100 signatures. To update you, since submission, this figure has more than doubled and now is over 250 signatures, and it continues to increase on a daily basis. Please, as the petition requests, act with all due haste to end this public nuisance, hopefully before a cyclist gets killed. This is a clear and present danger to our community. Thank you.
Thank you. May I have the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Roseanne Crawford, then Spencer Kellick and Michael Lynch. Roseanne Crawford, please go ahead.
Thank you. This is Roseanne Crawford. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I have never been to Chick-fil-A. I frequent this area of State Street often. My markets, bank, and gym are within these blocks. Only occasionally have I seen the back up of this business in the road there. When I have gotten caught in it myself, it's because traffic is moving too fast in the fast lane and I can't get over. That's another problem in itself. And so I just wait, it's not a big deal, and I get over, or yet I move forward when someone pulls in. Many times, I have been stuck in traffic with similar delays when it's heavy traffic hour anywhere. That person that wants to make a left turn against traffic and holds up the whole lane, maybe even through the next light. We've been stuck there. Such numerous situations happen all the time, particularly with the one-lane roads, which are numerous with the bike lanes.
Excuse me, ma'am, I'm going to interrupt you just for a moment here. We're going to get to the question of whether or not to hold the hearing at this point in time, and then we're going to take evidentiary things at the hearing when we do have it. So if we can contain ourselves to that, please.
My comment is the pandemic has increased demand of working people's choices for picking up a quick lunch. And I don't think it's fair to set a precedent for this. It's not really a nuisance. What will pop up next is a nuisance to take the city's time. Cheap shot, I don't agree with it. This is about politics and not traffic. Please work with the owner, and thank you.
Thank you for your comments. May I have the next speaker, please?
Next speaker is Spencer Kellick. Please go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon. A question of just clarification. As the representative of the applicant or the Chick-fil-A here, is this the appropriate time to speak, or should we come back once public comment has occurred?
Yeah, not at this point in time. No, excuse me.
Now would be appropriate.
Now is the appropriate time.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. So go right
Okay,
ahead.
would you mind restarting the clock, please?
Okay, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Again, my name is Spencer Kellick with Alan Mackins representing Chick-fil-A. And candidly, we are very happy to address the city's concerns regarding the operation of the drive-through. But frankly, I think that this is a premature meeting. Candidly, we were quite surprised when we got notice of this hearing, because we've been working in earnest with a number of city departments and the city family over the past number of years to address concerns. And frankly, we've got a pending planning department plan that we've been getting comments back and forth with the city that we had no idea this was an issue until we got the notice last Friday. I submitted a letter yesterday to the council, mayor, and city staff asking for continuance for 6 months to allow us to have conversation amongst experts. It strikes me that there are technical ways to fix this, that it's not necessarily a decision that is best decided by attorneys or by elected or appointed officials. It seems as though this is something that traffic engineers and architects can figure out best. We are looking forward to addressing the concerns as we have before. We are looking forward to making both short-term, medium-term, and long-term fixes to address the concerns that have been raised. We are open to it. We've been asked to do this. We want to do this because we are your constituents are also our customers, and we have a number of solutions. Look, ultimately, immediately, we are going to start implementing having a third party on site to address traffic concerns. We've asked in the past and had discussions with the police department about working with an off-duty Santa Barbara police officer to do so. We've been told at one time we were able to do that, then we weren't able to do that. That's fine. We can work with a third party to ensure that it's done in a safe and secure manner. We also are looking at other designs for a drive-through to address it, but ultimately, this is a small business in the community, owned by a small business proprietor. We would hate for this to be shut down in a punitive way. We employ over 100 city college students, UCSB students, area residents who would all have their jobs potentially impacted by the action the city is taking. And so what we're asking today, the Honorable Mayor and council members, is to just push pause for a second, allow us time to frankly get all of the right people in a room together in a collaborative fashion to come up and work on solutions. We are committed to doing that. We want to do that. And we would ask for the time to do that before setting a hearing today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Michael Lynch, then Tom Jacobs. Michael Lynch, please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Michael Lynch. I think that a hearing should be scheduled. I'm surprised that we're even being asked whether to schedule a hearing. It's been an ongoing issue for a long time. This seems to me to be a no-brainer. Of course, we should talk about it. At that point, we can decide what to do and when, or if something needs to be done, but it should be addressed. And I think addressing it will ensure that something else can happen. At the very least, we can address it and say, okay, these are the concerns. Let's make sure these concerns are being met before we decide to do anything else. All those things have to be done, as far as I know, at a hearing because it hasn't been done up until now. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Last speaker is Tom Jacobs. Tom Jacobs may have lowered their hand. Let's see. Tom Jacobs, please go ahead if you did wish to speak. Okay. Sounds like they did not, Mr. Mayor. That's all the speakers on this matter.
Okay, very good. That's it. We'll close public comment on that issue. Mr. Gutierrez, I know you've wanted to speak on that. Would you address staff, please?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Yes, I have a question for the two callers during public comment that claim to be representing the property owner and the business owner. I'll give you some time to figure out who's going to respond to us because I'm sure you're in communication. But my question is, you both stated that you had no idea that this was becoming an issue for us. I think one of you alluded that you knew it was an issue, but not something that would constitute a public hearing like this. I'm just confused by that because if you just do a simple Google search of Chick-fil-A, State Street, Santa Barbara, you'd see articles that were written about this issue. If you went on social media platforms like Reddit or Nextdoor and typed in Chick-fil-A, Santa Barbara, you'd see thousands of comments about this situation. If you did a public information request on City Hall, on the county, on our state representatives, I'm sure you'll get hundreds, if not thousands of emails addressing this issue. So if you could send us an email or give us a call and just give us your definition of what being notified or aware, what your definition of that is, because I'm a little confused by it. So I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. We're actually kind of out of the conversational mode at this point in time. We have to decide what we're going to do about the hearing. Certainly taking their comments into consideration, but you know, it's going to be time to decide. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Being that today is strictly on whether to hold a hearing and the proposed date is March 1st, I just have one question for the city attorney. Based on the correspondence requesting that a hearing be delayed past the March 1st date, that's what I heard in public comment, could you speak to that and help us understand that and a recommendation?
I'd be happy to. Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, I heard two requests. I heard the property owner's lawyer ask for 60 days, and I heard the Chick-fil-A, 90 days, and I heard the Chick-fil-A lawyer ask for 6 months. As I understand, Mr. Calick, the Chick-fil-A lawyer, they are asking for 6 months so that they can work with staff to try and find a fix for the traffic backups that the staff have identified. I want to suggest that that's step 2. Normally in this kind of process, a prerequisite to talking about fixing the problem is first the council determining that there is a problem. So 6 months to work out the solution may be appropriate once the council's determined there has been a problem. Otherwise, it's entirely up to you. I didn't hear particularly good cause for the request for continuance, though.
And do you have any recommendations, Mr. Colon, as being there is a request to delay it? Is March 1st or another possible delay, or is March 1st adequate time?
I think you could safely ask both of the lawyers and Mr. Henschke whether staff can accommodate a delay if that's your intention.
Mr. Henschke, do you have any thoughts on that?
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Friedman. The March 1st date is obviously not set in stone. It's staff recommendation because it gives everybody a month to prepare for the public hearing, and which is really the start of the conversation about a potential solution. Because of the reasons that Councilmember Gutierrez has appropriately pointed out, it is staff's recommendation to get this before council so you can start having that conversation. We think a month is plenty of time. You can always start the public hearing and you can continue that public hearing. But staff's recommendation was carefully considered, and we believe that a month gives everybody enough time to prepare to start the conversation, which you can have then on March 1st. And then if you decide that there is a nuisance, you can go to the next step of what to do about correcting the problem that exists, if you find it exists. That's staff's recommendation.
Thank you, Mr. Henschke. I don't have any further questions.
Okay, thank you. So in other words, Mr. Henschke, it doesn't mean there has to be a solution on March 1st. It just means we begin this conversation.
Honorable Mayor, yes.
Okay, very good. Mr. Jordan.
I'm confused. Are we just doing questions now?
Yeah, I'd like to just do questions if
Okay.
we can and do deliberations, but we're getting pretty close.
I'll get in line then. I'm sorry. I thought
Thank you.
questions were going to come before public comment.
Thank you for defining that. Anyone else? Well, with that, then we can move into, if you're done with staff questions, we can move into deliberations, and I will give you first up at the shot here.
So, to point to the ocean, I live about as far away from this neighborhood as possible over the hill. But I frequent there going back and forth for work, and so I don't see anything out of order in the staff report based on my personal experience on State Street there. Certainly anecdotally, you had to be living somewhere, as Mr. Gutierrez said, not to have seen either local news reports, social media reports, or just a general, just a general furor over what's there. And then I think clearly in the agenda packet, staff has made this not anecdotal. They've laid out days, times, durations, number of cars in a very evidentiary manner. 10 years as a planning commissioner certainly showed me that there's accelerated interest once you put a date on the calendar, and that's what I'm hearing today. And I also believe just what the city attorney said right now too, is that the opportunity to have these discussions on merit and evidence and making a plan starts at that hearing. Doesn't start today. To ask for more time is just to basically, in my perception, from my experience, is an attempt to just stall out and drag this on. I'm fully confident that staff has done all they can to remedy it up to this point, and in fact, I think there's a quote in the staff report that says they see no remedy that's available. So I'm in favor of setting the hearing for those reasons.
Thank you. Ms. Sneddon?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I'm also in favor. I think even without our own anecdotal experiences, we've had enough letters from the public over the last 4 years to warrant that this question be aired publicly and that we can have evidence on both sides. So I'm very in favor of setting a hearing date.
Thank you. Mr. Friedman?
Thank you. As the council representative for this area, I have had a chance to be down there at multiple different times and have been contacted, as we all have, by a number of residents with concerns, but also with some that are supportive. So based on the staff recommendation and that it would be a starting point for us to hear all the evidence and understand the data, I am comfortable with moving forward with the hearing on March 1st.
All right, very good. Yeah, and I have to say that this is not condemning Chick-fil-A, nor is it giving anyone a pass. This is merely the beginning of the conversation. So I believe that, I agree that it's totally appropriate. Would anybody like to make a motion to this?
I'll move the recommendation for the March 1st hearing.
Moved by Friedman,
I'll second.
second by Gutierrez. Madam Clerk, may I have a roll call vote, please?
Yes, this is for item 11, a motion by Councilmember Friedman, seconded by Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez for the recommended action. Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
Councilmember Sneddon.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
And Mayor Rouse.
Aye. That passes unanimously. Thank you. And we'll set the hearing date for March 1st. We'll move on from there. Next item, please, Madam Clerk.
Item 12, establish an ad hoc committee for conceptual design of pedestrian and bicycle paths across Mission Canyon Bridge.
Thank you. Now, as I understand this item, this is about sending a council ad hoc committee to be liaison with community members. Am I correct on that? Very good. So, Mr. Dewey.
Mayor Rouse, council members, I'm Jim Dewey, the Streets Operations and Infrastructure Manager. So this item is a follow-up to council action that was taken on August 10th of last year to come up with a concept to improve bike and pedestrian traffic through the Mission Canyon corridor. Next slide, please. So staff's recommendation is to accomplish this, is to establish a council ad hoc committee to form a consensus on concept design for improved pedestrian and bicycle travel through the Mission Canyon corridor. Next slide, please. So for those in the public who don't know, the Mission Canyon corridor that we're talking about is at the Mission Canyon Bridge, which is located on Mission Canyon Road and bounded immediately to its north by the county right-of-way, to the east by Rocky Nook Park, and to the west by Mount Calvary Monastery. Next slide, please. On August 10th, council rejected project options to renew the Mission Canyon Bridge. Council then directed staff to provide a process and funding options for improved pedestrian and multimodal access on both sides of the Mission Canyon Bridge in the vicinity of the bridge. Next slide. So staff's recommendation is that council form an ad hoc committee to interact with community members and stakeholders to achieve broad community support for the alternative transportation options. Next slide. So this is what we suggest, that the committee be made up of at least 4 members, and they could include a city council member, preferably from Council District 4 representing the area, a Historic Landmarks Commission member, a representative from the Mission Trail Heritage Association or Safe Passage, and a representative from the Coalition to Preserve Mission Canyon. Next slide, please. Part of our recommendation is that this group meet once a month for up to 9 months. We would hire an unbiased consultant to facilitate the discussion. And at the completion of this term, the ad hoc committee would report back to council with conceptual options. Next slide, please. So we anticipate the cost of hiring a facilitator to be about $30,000, and this will come from the Streets Maintenance Program funds. Next slide, please. We also anticipate that about 120 hours of staff time for each of the traffic planning supervisor and our traffic engineer would be involved in this process. This time commitment will delay some work on critical transportation planning projects. And we recommend a start date of August 2022 to begin this effort because that's when staff will be available to facilitate. Next slide, please. So again, this is staff's recommendation. So now I'd like to turn this over to council for discussion and to answer any questions that you may have.
Anybody have questions of Mr. Dewey? I guess I have one regarding the ad hoc committee makeup. Then do we do a recruitment as we would for a normal citizen committee? How do we do that?
I think Ms. Bjork is going to handle that.
Mayor Rouse, I would suggest that you establish your council members and then there are 2 options. One, you could direct staff to do a recruitment, but I would suggest that you appoint your council members and have the council member or council members determine the makeup of the ad hoc committee.
Very good. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, Mr. Dewey. So your slide on staff commitment is a little more benign than the paragraph in your agenda report. I mean, it sounds like the world's going to come to an end with the required time shifting away from other projects to the transportation planning supervisor and the city traffic engineer. I mean, what happens if, I mean, it says it may delay work. These are required to get under construction at a certain time. There are other projects in deadline. So what happens? What happens if the work does get delayed on those ATP grant projects, and what are the consequences hidden within that paragraph?
Councilmember Jordan, I think I'm going to have Derek Bailey, our traffic engineer, speak directly to that.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Jordan. Yeah, as Mr. Dewey began to say, the reason we're recommending an August start date is so that we can get through the spring when we're going to be really heavy into grant applications. So if we were to start any earlier than that, I think we'd be looking at trade-offs. But if we wait till August, then we can accommodate the work.
That paragraph kind of goes away?
Yeah.
All right.
There's always stuff coming up, but.
Yep, I know.
Yep.
It's just the gift that keeps on giving in this case, right?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, any further comments? Oh, Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a follow-up question on the start date of August of 2022. Would it be feasible, I guess, for this ad hoc committee to meet before significant staff time is invested to determine whether general agreements, obviously not specifics related to traffic engineering, how the project would technically work, but to sort of coalesce around general agreements for what we want to see in this area? Would that be something that staff would recommend or would support if we would direct the ad hoc committee to meet more informally without the investment of 120 or 240 hours of staff time, just to determine whether agreement is even feasible, and perhaps that work could start before August 2022. Just wondering if you have any feedback on that. Thank you.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Harmon, it's really staff's recommendation that that transportation planning staff be involved from the beginning, because this ad hoc committee will need to be informed of certain things that are possible and what is not possible from the beginning. And so I don't see how that a informed discussion could be had without their input from the start.
And Mayor Rouse, Mayor Pro Tem Harmon, I do think if the committee decides they want to start earlier without staff support, just the full recognition that they may come to some agreement that is not supportable, and that they have to start again, that would need to be there. But there are some things that you might be able to establish as an ad hoc committee that wouldn't need staff support, sort of as common objectives, not the technical issues, but the bigger issues as sort of what are our common objectives, what are our common interests, what are our common dislikes, and then go to staff with those already formed and be able to move forward with the technical support to see if there is a solution that meets those common interests. So I think you could do it either way. The way that our staff is proposing is more efficient in terms of the use of the ad hoc committee's time, but if the ad hoc committee wanted to get started sooner, I think they could do so, just recognizing they would be doing it on their own without the benefit of technical support.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Mr. Jordan, do you have a comment? Or are your lights on? You're just happy to see me. Okay, very nice. Well, very good. I know that Lockwood DeForest, Kelvin DeForest's father, talked about this being discussed in 1947 at Dunn Artist, so progress hasn't gone on too quickly since then. We should then establish an ad hoc committee, and that would be, am I looking at you? Oh, do we have public comment on it? We do. Thank you. And then we'll get to that part. All right, thank you. Madam Clerk.
Very good. We have one public commenter on this item, Roseanne Crawford, so we'll pull up our timer. Roseanne Crawford and Tom Jacobs. Roseanne Crawford, please go ahead. Roseanne Crawford, you can go ahead. You can unmute yourself and go ahead. We will come back to you. Tom Jacobs, please go ahead. Tom Jacobs, you can unmute yourself and go ahead. Tom Jacobs.
There. Mayor and Council, good afternoon. I'm Tom Jacobs, Vice President of the Mission Heritage Trail Association Board of Directors. As many of you may know, our organization has the support of several community and neighborhood organizations, and our membership includes design, cultural resource, and planning professionals, as well as property owners and residents in the area of the Mission Canyon Los Olivos corridor. Our board's comments are as follows. The board supports the letter you have received from Shelley Brookspan, a member of our board and its executive committee. As you proceed with establishing an ad hoc committee, we urge you to keep the committee itself lean while encouraging its members to consult with cities' standing boards and commissions, such as the Access Advisory Board and similar boards and commissions in the county. We stand ready to be of assistance to the city by providing the facts we have uncovered and the ideas we have conceived of over the past 10 years. We look forward to the development of a solution to the safety problems in the corridor. We encourage the council to engage those members of the community who recognize these problems and want to ameliorate them. Thank you.
Thank you. The other speaker, please.
Next speaker is Shelley Brookspan. Shelley Brookspan, please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shelley Bookspan. I'm a member of the Board of Directors of the Mission Heritage Trail Association and a historian by profession. I live on the Riviera, not far from Mission Historical Park, Rocky Nook Park, and the Museum of Natural History. The area, as you know, as I have found over the years, is very rich with reminders of our cultural inheritance and its complex aspects. And for years, I have wanted the city to recognize the extraordinary asset the corridor represents to our community and not to continue to ignore the access problems. So I'm thrilled that the city is not any longer ignoring them. Since you have my letter, I won't repeat all the points I make in that letter, but I do want to reiterate my bottom line. And that is that I strongly believe that for any ad hoc committee to do an effective job of developing a workable concept to solve the access problem, the committee must not be burdened by too many members. Solving the problem is the city's duty. A committee of maybe 2 council members is the way forward, in my opinion. In order to do their job, the committee members will have to consult with the multitude of stakeholders and interested parties. So you can't include everybody on the committee. There'll be ample opportunity for community members to have their say. We all know how committees work, and if we really want a solution developed, we need to have a flexible council committee that evaluates and balances community input, legal mandates, and ultimately puts forward a plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Our next speaker is Fred Sweeney. Fred Sweeney, please go ahead.
Council and members of and the mayor. Tom Jacobs and Shelley Bookspan have already spoken for our board of directors as president of the board. Just want to reiterate, we look forward to finding a solution for a safe passage. And we would encourage that folks that want a safe passage be able to weigh in on the ad hoc committee. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
We'll go back to Roseanne Crawford, and after Roseanne Crawford, no further speakers.
Hi, Roseanne Crawford. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. Roseanne Crawford with the petition on Save the Historic Bridge. That's the moveonpetition.org with over 1,000 signatures. We are pleased that you are respecting not touching the bridge that the council established and made clear months ago. We do feel and agree that some reasonable improvements can be made to the area and look forward to this process. We look forward to participating and hope to have a seat at the table. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
No further speakers, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry?
No further speakers,
No further
Mr. Mayor.
speakers. Very good. Okay, we'll go back to council now. Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I would, first of all, really appreciate that this suggestion has come forward, and when this item came to us before and we decided not to go forward with the bridge project, but then prioritize this, I'm happy to see it coming back and with this makeup. I would be very interested in serving on the committee that's in the heart of District 4 and have worked with many of these stakeholders in the initial process and for years. And I would like to suggest that maybe it's 2 council members to start, and then in this 6 months' time before August 2022, that we take some time to determine what might be a good makeup for the committee. A speaker mentioned the Access Advisory Board, and maybe we have people on the committee, but maybe we have stakeholder input in a different way that involves everyone. But I think it might take a little bit of time to determine, since we really want this to be successful. I would be happy to serve on that committee, and then maybe 2 council members to work out this makeup, if that would be, all right.
Thank you. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm supportive of the staff recommendation to move forward. I think there is some room up there for improvements while maintaining the historic character of the bridge and that area, but there are definitely improvements that can be made for mobility for pedestrians, bicycles, et cetera. And I am supportive of having a second council member. And I'd be interested if there was a second member. Just one, given my history at the county when this project came through, I'm somewhat familiar with it going back many years, so I feel I could offer that on the committee. And I do like a little bit of the upfront work, as Councilmember Sneddon was talking about being done. I think earlier it was mentioned that we could establish some common goals. We could also look at who would be on there, because I think that would save some staff time down the line if we've already done the prep work, so we could get right to work rather than trying to figure this out in August. So I think there are some things that could improve the community dialogue up front, as well as the efficiencies later on when staff gets to work on this. So I'm supportive of it and interested if we do go to 2 council members.
All right, anybody else have a comment along those lines? It seems I appreciate the 2 council
Mr. Mayor.
members. What?
Oh,
here she
sorry,
is.
Mr. Mayor.
Thanks for pointing it out. Ms. Harmon.
Thank you. I'll just be brief. I also wanted to express my gratitude for this coming back. It was a difficult conversation we had a couple of months ago after a series, I think, of very difficult conversations. But, one of the things that stood out to a lot of us, I think, at that last meeting was that there really are quite a few things on which we all agree. First and foremost being the importance of this area. And I think even the necessity for improvements, there seemed to be general agreement on that. And I think this is the perfect way forward to ensure that what comes out, what results, is something that everyone can be excited about and proud of. And really it's an opportunity for us to show as a city what we can do when we come together and put our heads together despite maybe some earlier disagreements, and focus on doing something that works and that really improves just an incredible resource in our community. So with that said, I support Councilmember Sneddon and Councilmember Friedman to take this up. And I would just say I would leave it to them, if those are the 2 that take this on, to determine, when the work should start and how that should be framed. But really looking forward to this process and to the outcome. I think we're going to get to something that's really positive for the entire community. So my appreciation.
Thank you. A question I have about the makeup of the committee, because it mentions a 4-member committee, and I was just thinking about if a committee came forward with a recommendation, a council is split 50-50, that probably wouldn't be as productive as having an odd number, like a 5-member committee. Does that make any sense to staff?
Mayor, I'll take this, but this is truly a ad hoc, single-purpose, short duration, not Brown Act committee, so it would be recommendations to staff, and staff would consider those and bring them forward. So I don't think it would be a voting 50-50. It's more about it's really a work group is probably the best way to describe this, the staff that I think the work that we foresee this team working on.
Very good. Well, with that, I would take any motions on how we want to proceed with this. Ms. Sneddon.
Thank you, Mayor Bowes. I would move that we establish at this point a 2-member ad hoc council committee consisting of Sneddon and Friedman, and that we would then determine what the ad hoc committee would constitute over the next 6 months before August. We would meet with different stakeholders and determine the makeup.
Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Friedman. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. May we have a roll call vote?
Yes, this is a motion by Councilmember Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Friedman, as described by Councilmember Sneddon. And to vote, Councilmember Sneddon.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon. Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
Yes.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
Yes.
And Mayor Rouse.
Aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Move on to the next item, please. Oh, wait, the next item is the one we pulled. Okay, very good. So then we'll go on to the item after that, which is item 14.
Very good.
Would you read the item, please?
Yes, sir. Item 14, report on rent control issues and request for rent control consultant funding.
Okay, very good. Mr. Colon.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, members of the council. I would like to respond today to your direction of December 7th, 2021 regarding rent control. Next slide, please. Today, we're going to try and do two things. First, recognizing that the direction on December 7th came without a lot of warning and without the opportunity for staff work, we spent some time over the last couple of months analyzing the Beverly Hills rent stabilization ordinance. I believe Councilmember Sneddon had mentioned that as a model. I can say at the outset, in general, we agree it's a good model, and I'll explain later. Secondly, and equally important today, I'd like to provide some preliminary cost information, and that ties in, next slide, to our ultimate recommendation. So let's go back to December 7th. And I'm going to apologize in advance to the council. I will read portions of these slides. I do know that we have some visually impaired viewers, and I'd like that information to be available for everyone. So the council really did four things in December. It said to prepare a temporary ordinance. It said to start the process with the ordinance committee of developing a rental registry and a comprehensive interim ordinance. And in addition, the council asked us to prepare an economic study to try and get a handle on what rent control might do to the local housing economy. Next slide. So today's recommendation is to receive the report I'm about to give you on rent control issues. But secondly, we need money to move forward with that economic study. And that will be a recurring theme today. In our work so far, we've found that rent control can be highly feasible, but developing the system and managing it requires significant resources. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay. When we talk about rent stabilization, let's begin with the Tenant Protection Act of 2019. That was the law that established a statewide rent control or rent stabilization limit of an annual rent increase of 5% plus CPI, but no higher than 10%. To put it in context, on December 7th, the council was talking about changing that 5% number to a 2% plus CPI figure. The Tenant Protection Act a couple of years ago also added just cause eviction requirements, which the council incorporated here locally. It's important to keep in mind when you're talking about rent control, what is not covered. And in AB 1482, or the Tenant Protection Act, the law stated that housing built within the last 15 years is not subject to rent control. So newer housing is not subject to rent control. And I want to emphasize that because when you think about rent control, we've heard quite a bit about the impact on the development of housing. I have not been able to document that rent control would impact new housing, and I base that on the legal fact that rent control does not apply to newer housing. Next slide, please. Going beyond the Tenant Protection Act of 2019, you really move back to the mid-90s. The Costa-Hawkins Rental Housing Act was intended to restrict local rent control measures. So it says that local rent stabilization can only apply to properties constructed and certified before February of 1995. So as between AB 1482, which says 15 years or newer, or Costa-Hawkins, which says 1995 and newer are exempt, Costa-Hawkins applies. So a new rent control ordinance in Santa Barbara would not affect properties newer than February 1 of 1995. Likewise, I mentioned the exemption in AB 1482, the 15-year exemption, but the council needs to keep in mind that single-family homes and condominiums are not subject to rent control in California unless they are owned by a corporation or a real estate investment trust. Likewise, owner-occupied duplexes are not subject to rent control, although ADUs and junior ADUs may be. Next slide, please. Along in this series of laws came the Petrus Act. And the Petrus Act is designed to protect landlords from overly aggressive enforcement of rent control laws. Next slide. So what the Petrus Act does is create a substantial compliance safe harbor for landlords, I don't like that word particularly, but owners who violate local rent control. So perfection's not required of a property owner, substantial compliance is. And if you think about it, determining what substantial compliance is the kind of question that occupies staff. It certainly occupies resident tenants who may be impacted by a landlord's failure to substantially comply. And the city gets involved in each of those questions in many rent control jurisdictions. That's part of why it gets somewhat bigger. Next slide. The Petrus Act is really also the legal source of a requirement for a rent registry. What the Petrus Act requires is that the owners certify the base year rent level so that the rent control jurisdiction can determine whether they have followed the law in the out years. And the Petrus Act self-enforces by having the regulating agency, city in this case, provide a certificate to both the owner and the tenant, telling them what the appropriate rent would be. Next slide, please. The Ellis Act is worth a footnote. It basically says that people renting property can go out of business. The exceptions you see on the slide are meant to assure that they are actually going out of business and not just saying they are doing so to remove tenants. So in rent-controlled or rent-stabilized jurisdictions, the original rent has to be restored if the owner re-rents within 5 years of taking it off the market. Next slide, please. Now, I'd like to walk you through Beverly Hills. We have an extensive report in your packet, and our legal intern, United States Air Force Captain Joshua Versailles, did a really fantastic job of both interviewing key Beverly Hills staff and documenting extensively why that process worked. And I want to take you through that in a very abbreviated way. Beverly Hills began in 1978 with an ordinance that applied to units having rents of $600 or less, and it capped rent increases at 8% or CPI, whichever is lower. Like most rent control ordinances, it encouraged the owner to maintain and improve their property by allowing the owner to pass through capital expenditure costs that they would need to keep the property in good condition. Next slide. A few years later, Beverly Hills adopted rent control applicable to rents over $600. And they started originally with a 10% rent control cap. It has since been reduced to 3% or CPI, whichever is higher. That is substantially lower than what state law allows under AB 1482, which is what's effective in Santa Barbara right now. Next slide, please. So you'll see that we jumped from 1986 to 2017 in Beverly Hills. What the written report describes is a revitalization of the Beverly Hills program that began sometime after 2015. The rental registry, which Beverly Hills had touted to my staff as the key to the success of their program, became applicable to all units. And as I mentioned, the Chapter 6 rent increase dropped from 10% to 3%. Next slide. And in 2018, Beverly Hills expanded their just cause eviction protection and added some more protective provisions for owners. Now, this was happening after the creation of a rent stabilization division and hiring a deputy director of rent stabilization. So the program really laid fallow for a long time until the city decided to invest in it and make it work. Next slide, please. Their program, Beverly Hills program, is administered by staff, but they have a rent stabilization commission. I found it interesting that the Beverly Hills Commission is intentionally even numbered and has 2 landlord owners, 2 tenants, and 2 at-large members. And their work is to recommend policy changes to the city council. Next slide. Their work obviously is intended to promote civic engagement by replicating some of what this city council did in 2017 with the tenant landlord task force. Now, I apologize if this slide is difficult to read. I will go through it. This is a slide that illustrates Beverly Hills startup program cost back in 2017. In a nutshell, the program required about $3 million over 2 years to revitalize and get going again. That included, as you can see, everything from furniture to supplies and materials. We have not done a comparative analysis to tell you what it would cost here, but it would be substantial to establish. Next slide, please. Their 2018 budget in Beverly Hills was around $800,000. And next slide, please. We tried to look at rent stabilization program budgets in somewhat comparable cities, Santa Monica, Berkeley, Richmond. Focus on the populations in those cities as well as the amount of rental stock. And Santa Monica, with about 90,000 people and a rental stock of 27,000, is similar to Santa Barbara in size. Next slide. Santa Barbara's data as of 2019 is really quite interesting. We have 22,000 rental units with a median rent of just under $1,800 and a sub 2% vacancy rate in 2019. Home ownership is a significantly smaller number, about 15,000 units with a median mortgage of around $3,200. So if whoever's handling the slides can go back to slide 20, please. If you compare the rental stock figures of 19,000 in Berkeley, 27,000 in Santa Monica, 22,000 in Santa Barbara, it's fair to expect that we might fall in that range if we cost out our program to the same level of Santa Monica and Berkeley. And I'm not suggesting that has to be done. These are simply examples. Next slide, please. I want to discuss the rental registry in a little bit more detail because the council asked us to. As I mentioned, in Beverly Hills, staff believes the rental registry is the key to enforcement of their stabilization ordinance. And the purpose of it is, as I mentioned, under the Petrus Act, not to extract personal information about tenants or owners, but to understand, A, that the property is a rental, and B, what amount is it being rented at. Next slide, please. Beverly Hills provides the program at no cost to the owner. There are at least 2 commercially available services. Our paper identifies the company and that Beverly Hills uses. It would be readily available at a price. Beverly Hills, like Santa Barbara, has a significant number of what we've begun to call mom and pop landlords. And that, I would characterize the mom and pop landlord as a non-corporate owner, perhaps not a professional property manager. In my experience here in Santa Barbara, there is deep truth in the statement that the mom and pop owners are trying hard to work with their tenants and work with the city to do what's right. I've received since 2017, when the council began looking at tenant protection, hundreds of calls from small property owners, and the vast majority of them are simply trying to do the right thing. Although Beverly Hills is providing their registry for free, they indicate that they could justify a charge of up to around $200. Now, that's not $200 per year. That's the cost that an owner would pay when the unit turns over and they have to register the new rent. Because in California, we of course have vacancy decontrol for residential rentals, meaning after a tenant leaves, the owner can raise the price at their will. Next slide, please. I want to shift gears now, after having described some of the costs associated with rent stabilization, to brief the council on a new law that's in the package dated today, you'll be receiving this evening, of 2021 new laws. AB 838 does not have a trendy name like the Tenant Protection Act, but it's a highly impactful law I need you to be aware of, if only for the potential financial ramifications. The Health and Safety Code generally governs how we deal with substandard properties. AB 838 is best described as half the way to a full-on citywide apartment or rental inspection program. What this bill requires is that when the city receives a complaint from a tenant, resident, or occupant of a unit about potential lead or potential substandard building conditions, the city must inspect. And the city must inspect within the same time frame as it normally inspects final inspections on building permits. Your staff in building and safety try and respond on a daily basis to inspection requests. So read literally, AB 838, when it becomes effective July 1 of this year, will require the city to offer perhaps same-day service to tenants who complain about substandard conditions. Now, what else does the law require? Next slide, please. So our new mandatory duties beginning July 1 that are as yet unfunded include inspecting the building, documenting any lead violations or any substandard conditions in any portion of the building. Next slide. And what does substandard mean? I intentionally put it on the screen with 4-point type, and that's about half the section. Substandard is an extremely broad definition. Anything related to the systems in a property, sewer, windows, heating, all of those conditions can, all of those systems can lead to substandard condition findings. Next slide, please. AB 838 also demands and requires that the city advise the property owner of all of the violations and schedule a reinspection to assure compliance. And finally, the city has to prepare an inspection report and provide it free to all of the tenants at the property. Next slide, please. When you come back to my comment about this law wanting us to have a rental inspection program, I think you only need look as far as Health and Safety Code Section 17970.5H, as in Henry. It says that the city shall not unreasonably refuse to communicate with a tenant regarding any matter covered by this section. That creates a legal duty for the city to correspond and communicate with tenants who have fear or concern about lead or substandard conditions. Next slide. Now, this is a very strange piece of legislation. It provides that the city cannot charge the property owner for these on-demand inspections unless a substandard condition or lead is found. However, the law goes on to explicitly state that one of the options we provided in 2017, a citywide rental inspection program and a citywide rental inspection fee, can be imposed to cover the cost of this program. Next slide. In sum, we're asking the City Council to start the rent control process with $200,000 of funding into the city administrator's office to pay for economic consulting. That is really the beginning of the story, though. I would not be doing my job if I didn't explain that when we draft an ordinance, the city will need to administer it, and that's going to take some substantial staffing. In terms of drafting the ordinance, I've estimated in the report that, let me be precise, I've estimated anywhere from 80 to 240 hours of legal time and anywhere from 120 to 360 hours of operating department staff time. So 200 to 600 hours of staff time to get this rolling, in addition to the costs I've described. With that, I'd be happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Questions for Mr. Kahlon? Ms. Sneddon?
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Thank you, Mr. Khan. That was, the reports were really thorough and I think gave new information that we didn't have before. I had some questions about the costs. And so for the funding, that's a large number. It really stands out. And I'm wondering how much of that cost is the registry itself, which we're probably going to have to do anyway, and how much of the cost is overseeing evictions, which we're doing anyway, and how much could be accounted for by, say, reallocating funds for the rental mediation board and restructuring that. How much of that is already on our plate?
Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Sneddon, I can't give you that analysis off the top. Certainly there is some overlap, but I believe a significant chunk of this work will be new. As far as the registry goes, the Beverly Hills system is entirely online, and that $197 fee that's mentioned in the report that Beverly Hills says it could charge is not the cost of the registry. That's the cost of administering their entire program. So I believe operation of an online registry would be substantially less expensive.
Thank you. And then I had a question about, I know you're looking at other ordinances as well and other models, but are there any types of incentives for mom and pops who maybe already have stabilized rents? You know, you hear people like, I've had the same tenant 15 years, I've never raised their rent. Is there some kind of demarcation that could be made for people who have established that they do have stable tenants?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Sneddon, I've actually given that quite a bit of thought in anticipation of coming to the Ordinance Committee. The answer, I believe, is yes. Our housing element, the city's housing element, wants the city to preserve rental housing. One of the things that implies is that the city should not take actions that would provoke an owner to evict a long-term tenant. So one of the ways you could approach that with rent control would be to have a different, perhaps higher rent control cap applicable for a period of time for long-term tenants. In other words, you could disincentivize evicting long-term tenants by allowing the owners to increase rent more rapidly than you allowed shorter-term tenants' rent to be increased. That's one idea. I'm sure there are many more. The money in Beverly Hills, though, was spent on avoiding the creativity problem of the city alone trying to determine what the mom and pops needed. They spent quite a bit of money through their commission and through their division director, really reaching out to the property owners and finding out what was going to make it work. So, yeah, we could do this on the cheap, but I couldn't guarantee it would be a success.
Thank you. And then could there also be sort of a similar model for incentives if you're already renting below market rate? If there's a way that's established what market rate would be, and if you're already renting below that amount, that it not kick in until you're renting at or above, something like that.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Sneddon, yes. The Beverly Hills system prescribes different caps for different levels of rent.
Okay. Thank you. I think those are all my questions for now. Thank you.
Ms. Harmon, I see you on the screen. Do you have a question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Colon. Just a procedural question really for today. First, I have to say I also appreciate this information. It really was so thorough and I learned a lot. In terms of what we should be thinking about for today's decision though, we're really just looking to decide whether or not, I guess, to expend the money to hire a consultant to look at rent stabilization, right? We're not really going to be making a determination today, or we're not tasked with making a determination today about whether to follow the Beverly Hills model or any portion thereof. The question before us is just about this financial piece. Is that correct? Am I understanding that correctly?
Honorable Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Harmon, that is correct. I would interpret funding of the consultant as direction to complete the other 3 steps that were directed in December, beginning with a trip to the Ordinance Committee.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Colon, did you say the shot clock on an AB 838 complaint that would equal final building inspection was same day? Is that what you said?
Yes, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Jordan. I had only the briefest time to inquire of Ms. Dye, our chief building official. Currently, they attempt to respond to final permit requests on calls before 7:15 a.m. that same day.
Okay.
And that's the metric the statute requires us to follow.
So that'd be the worst. At the best, it might be a business day.
Yes, and I do want to add, one perverse effect of AB 838 is to incentivize slowing down building permit inspections, which is, of course, the last thing that we want to do.
Okay. And then as regards the registry, something comes in front of Planning Commission and Council every year that talks about rental unit demographics. Is that just a small slice of information that then gets just expanded based on that survey? Do we don't already know how many rental units, how many bedrooms, and what rent is being paid? Those figures that we see in coming out of community development in their housing group there, those are just estimates every year?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, we do prepare community development does prepare an annual report with consulting help. I believe it is a survey that results in those data.
So it's reliant on who returns the survey?
That's my understanding.
Okay. All right. And then that $197 unit cost that you talked about with Beverly Hills, I didn't quite understand what you meant. So if, because you referenced a turnover.
Yeah.
But if you were starting your registry, would $200 be the price per unit to also get your registry up and running?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, no.
It'd be more?
The turnover is Beverly Hills' presumption that half of the units in their city turn over every year.
Okay.
And those half of that number, half of the units would pay that $197 fee annually because they're turning over. And again, that 197 represents far more than just the cost of the registry. That includes program costs.
And so there's nothing in here that really has any information on carving out what it costs to run a registry. It's all buried in that $1 million, $2 million, or however $1 million of their program, right?
Right, and the software, or rather, software as a service vendor for Beverly Hills didn't have pricing information on any source I could find.
And then, again, back to, we should come up with a really derogatory name on this, AB 838, but I'll have to think about that one. But that little 4-point font page you showed and reference that was actually one of my questions. What's the definition of substandard condition? If it looks like that, I guess my takeaway would be that generally it would be pretty hard to fathom a complaint not meeting the requirements of a standard of substandard and have to be investigated. Is that because you said there's more lines like that that weren't even shown on the page? So it's really broad. It would be really hard it would be really hard to do a complaint and not find something that was substandard. Does that make sense?
Yes, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, as I read AB 838, the only way you can refuse an inspection is if you have done one before and found it to be unwarranted. So we don't have a way to triage. And as a practical matter, AB 838 will likely come up during evictions. People will call for a property inspection ahead of being evicted so that they might have a habitability defense. And if you want to speculate even further, you begin to wonder whether property owners would be better off with a local inspection program so that they had a seal of approval from the city at all times.
But AB 838 also, appropriately, I guess I would call it, turns that habitability issue into a any time of the year, not just as an eviction protection, right?
Absolutely correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have just a couple questions. The recommendation would be for 200,000 to do the study, Mr. Cologne, but you said something earlier that just want some clarification on, is that you would also take that as direction to implement the other items on there. And if I'm looking at slide 3, I just want to understand what those other items are. And if, in addition to the study, there's the rental registry, drafting of comprehensive long-term interim ordinance. Is that what you were referring to? And do you have any estimate of what that cost would be in terms of dollars and staff time?
I provided the staff time estimates, as I said, anywhere from 40 to 120 hours of lawyer time, depending how elaborate we get, and some multiple of that, probably 1.5 times that of staff time from community development, if that's where the program were to be placed.
Thank you. And going back to AB 838, you mentioned that right now the cost for a rental registry is kind of unknown, but there's different models out there. And it could be something as much as putting up a website and having some staff to oversee that. But if I understand the conversation correctly, having a rental registry is something that would almost be required, or at least help us implement AB 838. Is that correct?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, a registry is required for rent control. It would be assistive in implementing SB 9, which has a 3-year look-back provision on urban lot splits and subdivisions, so that a property that had been occupied by a tenant during the last 3 years can't be subdivided under SB 9.
And would it help with 838 at all, or are they completely separate?
The registry is separate. AB 838 is the intended precursor by this particular assembly person to a mandatory statewide apartment or rental inspection program. That's the intended purpose of this law.
Okay, thank you. I think that clarified it for me. Thank you.
Councilwoman Alejandra Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to thank Ms. Harmon for that clarification of what we're deciding today. If we go with a consultant, I just got a lot of calls from the community members saying if we were going to hire a consultant or if it was going to be staff time. And maybe it was already in the slide, but I wanted to know how much of our total budget will it cost for the outside consultant?
I'm sorry, I'm not sure how much of our total budget would the consultant consume?
Yeah, so how much would it affect our budget for this year to hire a consultant, an outside consultant?
Perhaps Ms. Bjork can help me. $200,000 over our budget it's a small amount. I really express more concerns about the ongoing program administration costs. Again, we've been absorbing gladly the work with our prosecutor and investigator coming out of Just Cause, coming out of the senior overlay, coming out of mandatory leases. It would be, I would be disingenuous to tell you that we could absorb this with existing staff.
No, I agree. I see it now. Just to throw an idea out there, I think we really need to look into the future in building into maybe the rental mediation program, putting in funding to help the community members with these type of questions because staff is overworked. And after COVID, we've been getting a lot of phone calls about people getting evicted illegally, and as Mr. Colon mentioned about the unhealthy living conditions, it's an ongoing situation in Santa Barbara. And I really would like to see how, as council, how we can really support staff to give them the resources that they need to really implement these type of services long-term. Because it is an issue. Staff is overwhelmed, overworked, and we also have a finance problem that we also have to take in consideration.
Ms. Bjork.
Mayor Rouse, Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez, thank you for acknowledging that. Yes, we are running lean, leaner than we are comfortable with. I think that the question about how to best address these questions remains. And what problem does council want us to prioritize and address? Is it illegal evictions? I do want you to know that when we get complaints about substandard living conditions, we already do respond. So that is not new and will not be new. We will continue to, unfortunately, because they are sometimes complex and require multiple departments, it's going to be really hard to schedule those on the same day and do them as thoroughly as we have in the past. But certainly for things where we think life safety is at risk, we get out there as quickly as we can. So there's a lot of work, as multiple members have pointed out, that staff already do. I think perhaps we could more effectively, as a staff, inform you at a future meeting about all the work that we are doing, and then see how that aligns with the gaps and what council is seeing that the community needs.
Thank you. Any further questions for staff? Okay, very good. I'm informed we need to give our translators a break, so we'll take a 10-minute break. When we return, we'll have public comment. I want to advise the public that because of the number of speakers on this very interested issue, we're going to have 2-minute public comment periods. So there'll be 2 minutes for each speaker when we return. See you in 10 minutes. Let's call the meeting back to order. We'll go with public comment. Once again, it's going to be 2 minutes per speaker. We're going to ask you to raise your hands now. In 10 minutes, we'll cut off taking initial names for this item. All right? And so, Madam Clerk, may we have the first speaker?
Yes, our first 5 speakers are going to be Brian Johnson, Lucia Trujillo, Geneva Lovett, Wendy Santamaria, and Stanley Zankoff. Brian Johnson, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Appreciate you taking comment today. My name is Brian Johnson. I'm speaking on behalf of the Santa Barbara Association of Realtors. We appreciate the conversation that you're having today. And while having the economic data to determine potential future policy measures is a wise decision, we question if the city can allocate not only the $200,000 that we're talking about for the consultant funding, but also if you're prepared to allocate the hours of legal staff time and hours of operating department staff time and millions of dollars that are going to be coming next. And since a large allocation of funds and resources are being proposed, wouldn't it make more sense to have this conversation during budget discussions instead of in a vacuum? So we would request that instead of rushing forward with yet another rent control proposal, that the council stop, let the existing programs and laws have time to work, and then evaluate the progress of those programs before any new programs are instituted. And with that, thank you and have a good day.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Lucia Trujillo, please go ahead. Lucia Trujillo, you should be able to go ahead now. Go ahead.
I wasn't able to unmute, so I just did it. Okay, good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Lucia Trujillo. I was born, raised, and currently reside in Santa Barbara. I'm here to encourage you to allocate and secure the necessary funds for a thorough rent control study and registry here in Santa Barbara. As a tenant advocate, I repeatedly see the high cost of housing in my beloved community. I also want to assure you that landlords continue to rent out substandard units, violate AB 838 by not communicating with their tenants regarding city documented violations, however, continue to raise rent while violating the rights of your tenant constituents who fear retaliation. Finally, the rental mediation program has tended not to be neutral. Tenants feel overpowered, which is unconscionable. As a tenant constituent, again, I urge you to move forward with allocating funds and any resources necessary for a thorough study to make rent stabilization and a registry permanent. Thank you for your time and consideration. Have a great day.
Next speaker.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Is Geneva Lovett. Geneva Lovett.
I am a renter on the west side, and I guess I wanted to provide like a little bit of like, okay, so sorry. I really hope that you will vote to fund a rental study as well as the rental registry. I spoke for rent stabilization when it came up last time, and last time when it came up, Councilmember Friedman, you said I really want to figure out and learn what I can do to help tenants. And so this is what you can do to help tenants. I have never had like a necessarily bad landlord. So I just want to say that like, even like when you have good landlords, quote unquote, good landlords who like are responsive and, you know, fix things and stuff, it's still really important to get rent stabilization here and to get that rental registry. Like rent has gotten absolutely out of control. What I said during the last time was that rent is continually going up at like an incredibly larger amount than wages. So like, what are we gonna do when people are just going to continue to be priced out because their wages are not going up with rent costs? Anyway, yeah, thank you so much. Bye.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Wendy Santamaria. Wendy Santamaria, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Wendy Santamaria, and I'm the organizer with CAUSE here in the city of Santa Barbara. I'm calling today to ask you to move forward with this financial study on rent stabilization. The gravity of our housing crisis is no secret to anyone. You know, Santa Barbara is a beautiful community, and it's kept up by a workforce that realistically cannot afford to live in the city they work. Rising rents are displacing our workforce out of where they grew up, and rent stabilization has long been brought up as an effective method of making existing housing affordable. CAUSE has sent you a letter requesting a study into a couple of aspects, including the impacts to the community of rising rents, including displacement, overcrowding, loss of workforce, housing insecurity, and increased homelessness, level of rent increases that are actually needed to sustain maintenance and repairs of housing stock, or other non-fixed costs for owners. I really want to remind you and emphasize what you would be voting for today. It's not to implement any one ordinance. By voting in favor today, you're telling your constituents that you're truly willing to explore how rent stabilization could benefit Santa Barbara residents. The people of Santa Barbara, at the very least, deserve a serious consideration and study into this tool we have before us. We know that it can be difficult to make a move with financial implications without all the data, but as Geneva mentioned, Councilmember Friedman, Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez, and many others who have mentioned the need for data, this is our chance to get the data we need to move forward in an effective way. I strongly urge you on behalf of all of the tenants that I work with on the daily, please move forward with the study on rent stabilization to be able to move our city one step closer to affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Stanley Zankov. After Stanley Zankov, we have Karen Rice, Linda Honickman, Juanita Colomares, Jim Cannell, and Nadia Abushanab. Stanley Zankov, please go ahead.
Hello, members of the council. I'm calling in as a renter living here in the city and as a core member of the Santa Barbara Tenants Union. And today I'm calling in to share my support for moving forward with allocating funding towards this study as requested by the City Council in December. I appreciate the work the staff has put in leading up to today's update, as well as the support we saw from Council Members Sneddon, Oscar Gutierrez, Harmon, and then Mayor Murillo to help move rent stabilization policy forward. Some topics that I hope the study might consider looking into, keeping in mind that, I don't think we need a new study to document the high cost of housing in our region. But some topics that it might explore are, what are models for managing and regulating rent stabilization? What levels of rent increases are actually needed to sustain maintenance and repairs of housing stocks or other non-fixed costs for landlords? And knowing that corporate ownership of rental housing is expanding in so many cities, and housing stock being increasingly treated as a speculative financial investment, what are the impacts of that locally, and how is this displacing people? Additionally, what are other ways we can protect our smaller landlords who are local, who are responsive and charging reasonable rent? We know that typically they charge well below the rent cap we've proposed. So what are other ways we can help them? And what role can incentivizing cooperatives or land trusts or offering a right to first refusal in housing sales, what can they play in stabilizing rates? One question that we keep coming across at the Tenants Union is, are tenants informed well enough of their rights around habitability, rent increases, and their rights to organize collectively? So how might a rental registry and rent control cap dovetail and be able to bolster these efforts? Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker, Karen Rice. Karen Rice, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Thank you for the time and conversation and opportunity to comment. I'm a pastor here locally. I'm also a renter and a member of the Poor People's Campaign on the Central Coast. All of those things make it really obvious to me that funding a study to get more information and to move us forward in a way consistent with reality is absolutely a priority. So I am asking you to fund the consultant and fund the studies, as well as to start that rental registry. as a faith leader, you might think those things are disconnected, but when we think about who we ought to be prioritizing and what the measure of a city is, it's how well a city supports those people who are otherwise deemed powerless or at the bottom rung. And so I want Santa Barbara to move in the direction of supporting and actually acting justly toward renters, toward low income people, instead of displacing them. And this step of the study and the rental registry are really important first steps toward that. Anyone who would say, like, let's stop and not get more information, and let's not put the adequate amount of money into getting that further information, is just kind of stalling. And so I'm really excited for these next steps forward and urge you to fund the consultant and the registry. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Linda Honickman. Linda Honickman, please go ahead.
The adequate amount of money into getting that further information is just kind of stalling. And so I'm really excited for these next steps forward and urge you to fund the consultant and the registry. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Thank you. Also, we are going to end taking public comment, and we'll have to take the next speaker, please.
Hello, I'm Linda Honickman and speaking as an individual. What data or research?
It's just kind of stalling. And so I'm really excited for these next steps forward and urge you to fund the consultant.
Linda Honickman, if you want to turn down if you're also watching it on YouTube or another location.
Oh my goodness, okay.
Thank you. Also, we are going to end taking public comment, and we'll have to take the next speaker, please.
Okay, hopefully this works. I'm Linda Honickman and speaking as an individual. What data or research do we need to move towards community stabilization? First, we need all of you to agree on assumptions such as we are continuing to lose our younger workers and families. If you don't, then we need data to confirm. Second, what are the likely contributors to our housing crisis that can be influenced by council actions? Because of our close to zero vacancy rate, it is clear that we need many more units added to our inventory, and the RHNA numbers seem like a good target. Since that is also a focus of our housing element update, you might want to consider combining research efforts for both rent stabilization and permanent affordability purposes. We heard at the Affordable Housing Task Force that the city has been unable to find a consultant interested in the RFP for the housing element. In the past, some studies have been flawed because of data being used that was not relevant to our local area. We now have confirmation that UCSB contributed to our problem by not fulfilling your commitment to build 6,800 units. Perhaps you could bring in UCSB researchers and interns to supplement what an outside consultant might do. They owe us. Third, are there any models of what other impacted communities have done? Besides Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, and Berkeley, I would add Aspen, which used a city-county housing authority to finance permanently affordable housing for all incomes. The program began with the city adopting a goal of housing their workforce and longtime residents. In closing, it seems like a good time to prioritize needs of local renters and local workers who can contribute to our economy and resiliency. That should start with a commitment from the council about what kind of community you would like to see. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Juanita Colmenares. Juanita Colmenares, please go ahead. Juanita there you go. You got it.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, my name is Juanita, and I'm just gonna talk about me and some people that I know. It is getting to be super hard to live here in Santa Barbara. We come to work here, and we are doing our best to do as much as we can to pay the rent. The study will help a lot because you're gonna know the truth. You're gonna know what's on behind somebody's door. You're going to know how difficult it is to live here and how much rent is. I mean, some people, I mean, in my case, I had to rent a room. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to afford it. And I don't want to take somebody stranger or somebody that I don't know and live in my house. I have 2 kids and it's very difficult to do this. But I mean, I can really pay. I can't pay, so I need to do it. So this study is going to help everybody. It's going to help a lot. It's going to help all the people who comes here to work. And I think it's about time. It's about time for you to know what's the reality, what's going on. We want you to see what's happening. I mean, I understand the landlords, they need money. I do understand that. But they need to know that how difficult it is for us to pay. We need to have 1, 2, or 3 jobs. Or sometimes our own kids, they have to go to work because we don't have enough. And I want my kid to go to a good school. I want my kid to be better than us. So we need the help. Please, we really need it. And please open your eyes, see around, see what's going on. We do need the study. Please pass this. We need your help. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Jim Cannell. Jim Cannell, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm calling to express my concern about this consultant study. I'm not in favor of it for the following reasons. When you look back in the last 5 years of how many consultants the city has engaged for direction of how to move forward, I don't believe that any one of those consultant studies resulted in a positive path forward with respect to the city. So we basically have spent hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars for consultant reports that have not been beneficial for the desired cause. When you look at the problems of what this report and what this report is asking, you're spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to find out how many more millions you're going to spend. At the end of the day, where are you going to get those millions? How are you going to administer this? This is just a can of worms that's just going to get out of control. And you have to look back. How many consultants do you need to make a decision when the consultants that you've used in the past have resulted in no decisions, no path forward? So I ask you to stop the craziness, find some alternate ways. This is not the way to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Nadia Abushnab. After Nadia Abushnab, we have Estela Montano, Michael Lynch, Rob Fredericks, Hillary Blackerby, Annabelle Rocha, John Beardsmore. Nadia Abushnab, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Nadia Abushanab, and I am here on behalf of myself as a renter in the West Side neighborhood and on behalf of SBCAN, the Santa Barbara County Action Network. We hope you'll move forward with approving the funding for this study, as people have often said that there is not enough economic information to support rent stabilization, and now is your chance to gather that information. We're happy to hear that the staff has considered cities like Santa Monica, which is more similar to Santa Barbara than Beverly Hills in terms of vacancy rate, rental units available, and houseless population. In terms of items for the study to specifically look into, I would urge you to look at the difference between wage increase and rent increases over the last few years. And I think it would also be useful to look at the wealth difference between landlords and renters in Santa Barbara. And the Fund for Santa Barbara recently completed an equity study that could be useful to gathering this information. Lastly, I do understand the desire to restrict the ordinance to not have it apply to single family homes and condos. And I understand that you're somewhat restricted by the state law in that way. But I just want to point out that renters in the city, especially with the close to zero vacancy rate, really don't have a choice of what type of building they're going to live in. They are going to take whatever they can get. And all renters deserve this protection of rent stabilization. So I do urge you to create the broadest possible considerations for this ordinance as allowed by the law. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Estela Montano. Please go ahead. Estela Montano, please go ahead.
Buenas tardes. Hablo porque necesitamos que pasen esto urgentemente a todos, perdón, buenas tardes. Y hablo por mi persona. Rento un departamento el cual está en pésimas condiciones. Me gustaría invitarlos y que realmente fueran a verlo, pero bueno, es otra historia. Y tengo un hijo que va a ir a la universidad, el cual ahora es mucho dinero el que se paga, pero quiero que sea alguien como ustedes, de los que está ahí sentados un día. Y no voy a tener el dinero suficiente. ¿Por qué? Porque no puedo pagar la renta yo sola. Ahora que él se vaya, voy a tener que rentar mi cuarto a personas que no conozco. No es saludable vivir tantas personas en un departamento. Dinero nunca lo va a ver para ninguna cosa que se haga en la ciudad. Pero esto ya viene desde hace mucho tiempo. Necesitamos, la mera verdad, vivir como seres humanos. Somos seres humanos y somos miembros de la comunidad, la cual apoyamos, la cual trabajamos, gastamos todo nuestro dinero para poder estar aquí y ayudar a nuestra propia comunidad. Y les pido de todo corazón que pasen esto porque lo necesitamos ya. No podemos esperar más. Muchas gracias por escucharme.
Gracias. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Michael Lynch. Michael Lynch, please go ahead.
Thank you for hearing my comment. I am one of those mom and pop landlords that was referenced by one of the city council members. And one of those people who rents under the rents, under the typical rents. I very much support what you're trying to do. I wanted to thank you for being so obviously concerned with how this impacts the mom and pop landlords. I think it is very important that we do a study. I hope that you will make sure that the study is a well-reasoned one that considers not just the financial impacts on people, because the financial impact on a renter is huge compared to the impact on a landlord. Also, I wanted to point out that rent control, rent stabilization is actually beneficial for the mom and pop landlords because it makes the properties less attractive to major investors. And I think that is a good idea. So that's all I had to say about it. I really hope you move forward on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Rob Fredericks. Rob Fredericks, please go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor Rouse and City Council members. As the largest rental housing provider in the city with over 1,370 units and administrator of over 2,700 rental housing vouchers, we believe that everyone should have a safe, stable, and affordable place to call home. And I am pleased to provide the Housing Authority's staff's comments to this agenda item. The Housing Authority would like to encourage the Council to carefully consider the rent stabilization ordinance. We recognize the appeal that rent control may pose for those concerned about affordable housing in our community. However, we have concerns that the measure could have a negative impact on affordable housing in Santa Barbara in the long run. We believe one such negative impact of such an ordinance would be to deter long-term investment in rental housing in Santa Barbara due to both the red tape represented by the rental registry and the inability to legitimately raise rents when needed. If the city is prepared to designate funds for the study of rent control and the potential creation of a rent stabilization program with staffing, perhaps as an alternative, it may consider whether these funds may be more effective as a direct and dedicated source for affordable housing. At the very least, this analysis should be included in the study. As a landlord, we understand how some of the regulations can be very burdensome and costly. If the city moves forward with the planned rental registry, we would like to ask for the Housing Authority's properties to be exempt from the registry, as we already have extensive controls in place for keeping rents affordable and extensive reporting to the city, state, and federal government. Thank you for your consideration of this item.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Hillary Blackerby. Hillary Blackerby, please go ahead.
Hello, Mayor and members of the council. Hillary Blackerby here as an individual and a renter. Last time this was at council, I spoke in favor of the stabilization. Obviously, it didn't move forward right away, and I even think I said, you don't need a study to tell us what we already know. But here we are, and I think a study would be helpful. Also, it's heartening to hear that landlords don't want you to do it, which probably means it's a good idea. So I would encourage that. The registry, I think, is also very important. You know, I pretty much never disagree with Rob Frederick, so it does make sense that the Housing Authority might be exempt from that since you can get that information other ways. But I can tell you that after the last council meeting where this was a topic on the agenda, 6 days later, myself and our other people who live in my complex got a rent increase notice for 8.9%, which was the most they could do. And I was thinking back to public comment and people saying, well, if we do this, then landlords are for sure going to raise the rent. It turns out they're going to always do that. And so what I was thinking was, gosh, it sure would be nice if I got an 8.9% this year and next year it was just 2% plus CPI, which is much more manageable because I definitely didn't get an 8.9% COLA at work. So let's do the study, see what we need to find out. I'm sure that the results will be very shameful and embarrassing for our community, but hopefully we can take that and do something good with it. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Annabelle Rocha, then John Beardsmore, Zachary Cosboom, Hector Flores Garcia, Enzo Cabrera, and Matt Lowe. Annabella Rocha, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, thank you for being here today. My name is Annabelle. I'm a college student here at Santa Barbara. I just want to say I witness a lot of fellow students here cramming themselves into bedrooms, so we do struggle a lot when we don't have rent control here. So a lot of students and other families are also in these uncomfortable, unsafe, and inhumane living conditions, all because we don't have this rent control in place. So I urge you to conduct this study so that we will have the evidence needed to prove how serious the problem is and begin resolving the crisis for your constituents. So please show us how much you care about us and value our safety and health by funding this study. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is John Beardsmore. John Beardsmore, please go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I have reviewed the report from Mr. Cologne, and the thought that the city council would consider spending $200,000 on a staff report, as well as considering the cost of creating a rent stabilization plan with a rental registry, likely needing 20 to 25 new full-time employees, while also facing enforcement costs involved with AB 838 seems ludicrous. Rent stabilization will not encourage investment to create new housing. Every time I read about landlord-tenant issues, I never hear that CAUSE and the Santa Barbara Tenants Union refer tenants to the Santa Barbara City Rental Housing Mediation Program for help with issues. Property owners have repeatedly asked for robust community education to let tenants know about the program and to utilize it, but it has fallen on council's deaf ears to really make a public outreach to educate tenants. If you are not going to optimize the use of the RHMP program to its fullest extent to expand its potential, why have it at all? And why are you going to create another bureaucracy within the city? Traditionally, our city employees are paid less in their neighboring areas, and retainment is an issue. Creating a new program needing even more city employees with already staggering pension deficit, not to mention further depleting the budget reserves, is just insanity. Have you no sense of physical responsibility? And have you no sense of fully utilizing all the available resources like the rental housing mediation program before you consider creating another behemoth bureaucracy? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Zachary Kozeboom, then Hector Flores Garcia, then Enzo Cabrera, then Matt Lowe will be our final speaker. Zachary Kozeboom, please go ahead.
Hi, this is Zach Kozeboom. Thank you for your time today. Just calling in support of the rental study. I'm a firm believer in if we know our numbers, we'll be able to help us out in this situation. Thank you, and I yield my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Hector Flores Garcia. Hector Flores Garcia, please go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mayor and City Council. My name is Hector Flores Garcia, and I live in Santa Barbara. I'm here to ask the Mayor and City Council to approve the funds needed for this rent control study so we can move forward with making affordable housing a reality. In December's City Council meeting, we heard the council mention the need for a study before we move forward long-term. So let's go ahead and do that. I urge you to move forward with rent stabilization as soon as possible. We already know the cost of housing is too high for most people, and a lot of people are getting displaced. So please allocate resources towards passing rent control, including anything this specific study needs. Thank you, and I wait my time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Enzo Cabrera. Enzo Cabrera, please go ahead.
Hi there. I'm calling in as a community member and local resident. I was born and raised in Santa Barbara, and I'm here to, just vocalize my support for rent stabilization and rent control. I think it's been long overdue, honestly, in this city. I will be very transparent and say I went away to college to UC Berkeley, and I've seen the examples of rent control around me. I've seen the way that it impacts families, working class folks, and students. And very honestly, I think it is doable. I think it's just a matter of question of, whether folks are on board with this investment. But I truly do think that it is long overdue. And if we have various examples around us of where it is possible, then I say that, the city of Santa Barbara can also do it. And it's just, as various folks have said, it's getting impossible to rent here. I will say, I came back to Santa Barbara. I have a degree now, and it is still difficult to find sustainable housing here. Even with, a college degree with a decent salary, it still eats up a majority of my paycheck. So I could not imagine what it is like for working class families and for other folks who live in substandard conditions who have to face, like annual raises from their landlords. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Last speaker, please.
And our final speaker is Matt Lowe. Matt Lowe, please go ahead.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Hi, Mayor and City Council. My name is Matt Lowe. I am a faith leader, housing advocate, and co-leader of Poor People's Campaign Central Coast. I'm coming to you today in support of getting the consultant to come in for the housing stabilization and rent control measure to find its viability. But I would like to note that the only reason that it is viable or that we need to move through this is because you're not listening to the people. The people are already saying that this is something that we need to move forward with. And so I hear the cries that say we're spending too much money on it. And yes, it is too much money, but it is the next step in which will allow the city to feel comfortable in moving forward with creating a policy that is for the people, that supports poor and low wealth people in our city. And as that is a reality of thousands, tens of thousands of people in our community, this will go to supporting them and giving them a viable future to continue to maintain and live in our community with their children and families. I myself am a low wealth, poor person in this community, trying to make it. And last year I moved into a new place in January. And I've been periodically watching the housing place because I had to move into a subpar place. And the housing prices have gone up $500 for an equivalent one-bedroom apartment that was last January. This is not just in particular areas in the community or living in expensive areas. This is in very comparable areas and similar buildings. And so this just puts an exclamation mark that this study is necessary and that price of housing in our community is too high and is not in support of tenants and renters in our community. So keep our community together and keep our community strong and do what we need to do to pass rent control now. Thank you.
Thank you. That completes public comment. We'll go to council. Ms. Snedden.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. Now that we're in chambers, we can see who's going to speak or not. The first comment I want to make is on studies. We had a public commenter say about how studies aren't helpful or useful, and I just want to take a second. Our Kaiser Marston study, it helped us develop our inclusionary numbers, give us good brackets and actual numbers on that would work for our community. The Cosmont study led to the downtown revitalization recommendations and really the promenade. The Novak report led to the community development oversight. I believe that our studies, we use them and we tailor them to our own community to serve our needs. And I think studies are a good idea, especially if we're considering something as impactful as this could be. I found this particular survey, this study so far to be compelling in comparison to other communities. We, Santa Barbara, have lower median income. We have higher percentage that's living below the poverty level. We have a higher percentage of poverty in families with children less than 5 years old. We have twice the unemployment. We have 900 more homeless individuals. We have a higher percentage of non-citizens. And in total, we have far more vulnerability with very little vacancy spaces. We've identified as a city enough sites to build, but still that is not happening. We've incentivized ADUs. We've adopted inclusionary ordinances. We allow commercial zone residences and infill development, but still land costs, construction costs, market conditions are preventing the building of more housing stock. So density alone does not get us where we need to go for affordability for over half of our city. We're talking about tens of thousands of people. With all that we do as a city to fund to address homelessness, to support education access. This is right in line with what we are trying to achieve with affordability goals. Instead of building a few hundred units here or there, if even, with all of the incentives we're doing, this creates stability for tens of thousands of people. We are now, as a community, we're losing staff, we're losing families, restaurants can't find staff, even tech companies are having a hard time recruiting. In this model so far, as we can see with further study, property owners can still profit. They can still pass through costs. They can still raise rents if there are reasonable reasons to. A result is our community could be stabilized, our workforce and our children stay. And I do want to just read, since we do have received letters about different economic impacts and studies, and this will be short, but on a goal of access to education. And this is from the USC Equity Research Institute study on the impacts of rental stabilization, that frequent moving can disrupt children's learning and social support systems, which can dampen learning and exacerbate behavioral problems. Students who repeatedly change schools are likely to lag behind their peers in reading and math and more likely to repeat a grade, even when controlling for demographic characteristics. Children from low-income families are particularly at risk. Low-income households have the highest mobility rates. One study shows the connection between income and the achievement gap, which I'll add is something that is very significant in Santa Barbara, finding that chronic stress in childhood results in impaired working memory later in life. Several studies also show that moving frequently results in lower high school graduation rates, also something of issue in Santa Barbara. In addition, if we look at this framework, businesses will prosper. Right now, businesses have a hard time holding on to their workforce. We've also heard from evidence today, I won't say evidence, but just from the report today, that rent stabilization would not chill new development because it was not applied to new development. This is expensive, but it's worth it. It's for our whole community. I will just go a little bit further here. Rent regulations, and this is citing the USC Equity Research Institute impacts of rent stabilization. Rent regulations not a silver bullet, but part of a multi-pronged approach. We have other prongs. We as a city have been putting much into our efforts. Inequities are a drag on sustained growth. It actually keeps our economy down when we have these inequities. Housing costs create issues for our staffing within the city, recruitment and retention. We need a variety of options, and this is only one. We still need the AUD, we still need inclusionary housing, we still need leases and just cause eviction. Tenants in rent-stabilized units tend to stay. That's our seniors, single moms, our workforce, our families. We are in a sustained affordable housing crisis. On top of that, we have inflation, global pandemic that's lingering, and not enough units. This is just one of the tools to stabilize our workforce, our schools, our businesses. This isn't a handout. This is for all of us, for our whole community. What we are asking for today is a study, just to see if this could work for us and how to tailor it best. When you balance the cost of homelessness in our community, the lost workforce, burdens on our healthcare system, mental health, and on inequities in education, the cost of this study is very little in comparison. I'm really hoping that we can move forward with the study today.
Thank you. Alejandra Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say that I am much in support of the study, and when it's the right time, I would like to make the motion to recommend that we get an outside consultant for this study.
Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to clarify again, because I've heard different things, that it's $200,000 for the study, or are we moving forward with a host of other items on there, and what's the cost of those items? Because I think before we make that we just need to understand that it's 200,000 or is it more? And then I'll have my comments.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, $200,000 is an estimate of what it will take to do the economic consulting. I've also identified an estimate of staff time. Should the council fund the study, we would interpret that, Ms. Bjork and I, as direction to go forward with the other points of the package as directed on December 7th.
Thank you, because I think that needs to be, whatever the motion is, that needs to be determined whether or not that is council direction to move that forward, because then that wouldn't be $200,000. I understand where we're going, so I'll just say that it's a difficult situation that we're in as a community. And at the city, we also have responsibilities for a lot of other things that we fund as well. And our budget is not in the most healthy terms going forward, starting in fiscal year 23, 24, 25. It's projected to be in the deficits of millions. And there are things that we want to fund, such as higher pay for our employees, for employee retention recruitment, and to be able to afford to live here, opening our libraries full-time. It's a $650,000 to reopen them. Parks investment. And when I look going forward, I'm just concerned, I look at the slide 20 here, that Santa Monica and Berkeley to implement a program is $5 million a year. There's AB 828 or 838. We don't know what that cost is. That's coming up in June. And so I'd like to find a way for us to make an investment and increase that during our budget talks for Rental Housing Mediation Task Force, Legal Aid, and others. I'm just concerned that if we go down this path, that we're going to seriously exacerbate our budget deficit at the expense of some of the vital services that we provide and employee retention recruitment. So I'm just going to put that out there.
Thank you. Oscar Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mayor Rouse. I want to thank everyone who's reached out to us and given us their comments and thoughts about the issue, and city staff's time for putting all this together. I want to address that most of us up here serving have at some point gone on record to say that we were going to make more of an effort to serve the underrepresented minorities and people of color in our community. And allowing this study to move forward or to be conducted would uphold that commitment. Because if you see what the results of the 2020 census, it's shown that large numbers of lower income people and people of color have moved out of our city, to the point where our district lines are going to have to be redrawn to try to uphold our commitments to district elections that we've all, each and every one of us, have benefited from. So I understand that it's a difficult decision, and I understand that we've never tried it, but that's kind of the point, is that we've never tried it, and the people that we're supposed to be serving and representing and retaining here, in order to just keep our economy going, have to be, studies like this have to be done in order to see whether it's feasible. So I am in favor of moving forward with having the study done and hopefully keeping those members of our community here and us up living toward our duty. Thank you.
Thank you. Mike Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm going to try, probably unsuccessfully, to pull a usual, which is make the case for both sides of this issue, as I've been accused of before. I can't agree any more with both Councilmember Friedman and Sneddon. So that sets me up already right for that discussion. But I see the only reason of moving, and in fact, just listening to the answer to the city attorney, we've called this an analysis throughout the staff report, not a study. And I do see a subtle difference between the terms of analysis and study. Analysis seems to be, to me, to gather information and bring it back. Study seems to launch the effort, just as your answer was. But I see really the only connection between the analysis, that the only reason for an analysis is to move forward on the bigger picture. And I also don't see economically how that is feasible. On the other hand, everything that Ms. Sneddon wrote and read, I agree with. I heard you say it was multi-pronged. I agree with that also. But I think in this particular situation, we're clearly targeting and putting the burden on a landlord. And I don't agree that that there's space there for those landlords to do that. They're already dealing with a cap at the state level. We're looking at AB 838, which will appropriately have landlords brought into compliance with habitability while they're under a state rent cap, and looking at potentially a harsher local cap. I just don't see that as the method to get to what you want at the end. I'd actually, the registry part of this appeals to me because I think data is key, but I asked this question earlier on what part of it was registry, what part was the whole thing. There's no good answer in that, but I think data is key to making any determinations that we can down the road. And I'd love to see that, again, as Mr. Friedman mentioned, I'd like to see that issue then brought into the budget discussions in context with the entire budget. And then, you know, if you really had a couple $100,000 to spend on something, I would question whether this is the best thing right now, or if actually putting our resources into addressing what I hear about every day, and that's both that's both legal and illegal, presumably legal and definitely illegal eviction practices that are still going on the street right now. I hear tons of anecdotal information. I get emails. I have 3 kids out there in rental situations who can tell me about habitability and what they hear about evictions. And could we better use those resources right now to keep people in housing that are already in housing but are being threatened by that? And if I was going to suggest a way to do that, it would be that I'd like staff to come back quickly and give us an update on what's going on out there in terms of eviction practices, eviction protections, and opportunities to increase those protections using our resources rather than go down this path. So I would not be supporting the staff recommendation as it's put forth in the agenda report.
Thank you. Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One moment. I'm busy. Oh. Come on.
Baby break.
Sorry, everybody. I apologize. Yes. So, you know, I am not going to take this opportunity today to litigate the question of rent stabilization generally. I think I've been very clear about my position on that and the necessity of it for us here in this community. But I do think what we're talking about today is whether we want to take the first steps to determining what is right for us in our community, what's necessary to stabilize our community here in Santa Barbara with Santa Barbara data and with Santa Barbara numbers. You know, we have all said, I think all of us to a person, probably multiple times over the last few years, and frankly, probably been said for many, many years before that, that housing is a crisis here in our community. Housing has reached crisis levels. We are working on that in many ways. We're working on the supply side by putting together policies that will assist with sustainable production. But we cannot, if we hope to solve the housing crisis in any meaningful way for today's residents, we cannot ignore regulatory reform either. We just can't ignore it, because any of the work that we're doing on the supply side is a longer term fix. So if we want to stabilize our community, and I think it's important that we recognize the necessity of doing so for all the reasons that a number of my colleagues have addressed today, but also because so many of us in this community are renters. 60% citywide. In my district, downtown, it's over 80% renters. There is a need to stabilize this community if we hope to have a community fabric that really can be sustained over the long term. And how do we do that? How do we get to that regulatory reform? Well, we've all said, and we've all sat on the dais virtually and said data is really the key. Data is going to be the thing that gets us there, that gets us comfortable with making the decisions that we know we have to make to protect our residents. So I strongly support moving forward with this today. I think if we don't do it today, really, when are we going to? We have the opportunity before us right now to take this step, to begin the process of getting the information we need to crafting a program that works for Santa Barbara. And I would also just add, as to the funding, I very much recognize the importance of understanding where the money will come from, how it's going to be spent. Those are key questions. I would just point out that this consultant study can be tasked, and I would hope would be tasked with finding out where and how that money will best be spent and where it's going to come from. That can be part of what we'll be looking at in this study, how to fund it. How can we make sure that the effort is sustainable? How can we ensure that it will continue to protect and stabilize our community, our neighbors over the long term? And that will be part of it as well. So I will just close by saying I really support this. We have to do it. It's imperative. We've all said this is the key to getting us to making that decision, and it's time to step up and do the work, as they say. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All righty. You still got your light on, Mr. Jordan? You have something else, Ms. Nunn? Okay. So, my turn. When I watched in December and I watched this proposal come forward, and it was proposed at this 2% rent cap, and my question was right away, well, where does 2% come from? What's that number mean? What are the findings that have a basis in any kind of mathematical structure? The answer, there are none. As we go forward and we look at all the things we try to do to incentivize the private sector to do what Ms. Harmon talked about, being on the supply side of housing, in that we keep coming up with these different machinations to discourage exactly that. We say build this, but restrict it, like do that. And if you do build this, or if you own this, or if you invest in this, we have basically a mindset that says you're a profiteer and you have a public asset that needs to be controlled. The word stabilization is almost a bit of an insult. I'm sorry, it's control. It's control of a private asset by a public entity. We actually have a very robust housing program. Mr. Frederick was on earlier. It's almost 18% of our entire housing stock is affordable by covenant or restriction. Those guys do fabulous work. And yeah, I realize we need more. This is an expensive place to live. The word housing crisis was here when I got here 50 years ago. The word housing crisis was being used in the 30s, according to a book by the former Mayor Sheila Lodge. It's not some brand new thing. It's what we've always suffered through in this town. We've got a small coastal strip of land, a very desirable strip of land, and only so many resources to do that. I don't like demonizing a landlord versus a tenant. Tenants need landlords, landlords need tenants. It's a private relationship that we very rightly required a written contract. I think that's a beautiful thing. A written contract between two private parties is exactly where this should be. All the control in the world should be right there. And if there's a violation, we fully fund a rental housing mediation task force, which almost never comes up in these deliberations, and I don't know why. We talk about eviction protections. We talk about different things like that. I don't have any stats. I don't have any findings that say what's happening. I have anecdotes. And that makes it really frustrating to approach this. So now what we do is we're going to say, let's hire a consultant with money, frankly, we haven't identified, which is merely a down payment on what the program is going to go forward with. And when we hire consultants, and I've been around for a few of them now, we're kicking the can down the road. I don't know when we've actually effectively used a consultant's findings to move forward on anything we've asked them to do. So rather than just say, I have an idea, let's hire a consultant, I would like to implore my colleagues that when you have an idea like this, go make some findings and then bring back something we can chew on, as opposed to, like Ms. Harmon said, we don't even know have the scope of the consultant work, what they would do. I mean, I could spend, with the Peter Rupert, who runs the economic forecast at UCSB and happens to be a friend of mine, wrote a paper on why rent control has failed everywhere in history. And of course, he quotes, which I like, a couple of Swedish economists, because I actually lived there, and I know that those people loathe to control what's going on, and they just basically say rent control is not the way to move forward in terms of your community development. We do need to have a sustainable community. We do need to have all those things, but we cannot control everything. The market is a cruel taskmaster, and in like water, it'll always find its level. So the supply and demand is important. We have well over 1,000 units in the pipeline right now that are about ready to be developed, and we don't even have those yet we're talking about restricting things. We're talking about not restricting new development, but taking older units and making them rent controlled, when in fact, we know from covenant restricted projects that we have to sometimes step in and help them because they can't get financing because of the covenant restrictions. So why are we laying on this new covenant restriction on the private sector? And why 2%? Where does that come from? Should we just make it, the certain percentage of AMI and leave it at that? Should we in fact reduce rents until we're sure everybody can afford a place? Would we tell Public Works, you cannot raise fees more than 2% per annum for water? Would we tell our energy program for electricity, you cannot raise the rates more than 2% per annum? No, because we couldn't make it that. Waterfront Department couldn't make it on that. Why are we telling landlords to make it on that when they're a private entity and we're a public entity? So I am obviously opposed to going forward with the consultant work because I believe it's money, number one, we don't have, and number two, would be another one in the litany of fruitless consultant reports we end up with. I think this subject is a worthwhile subject, and I think it can be debated robustly. But I think kicking the can down the road, wasting this money and coming up with crickets is really not serving the public. If I thought for a moment we could increase affordable housing supply with something like this, if we could actually make it so my ex-employees, the people that worked for me all those years, could live for a company, I'd be all over it. But I don't believe that. I don't believe it for a moment. I believe that in other communities, this has been destructive as to housing inventory. So let's be very careful about just tossing this out cavalierly, like, well, we'll just have a consultant look at it, and then we don't have to make a decision until it comes back and we can debate this some more. The consulting work is the beginning of the debate. It is not the beginning of a rent stabilization program. It's the beginning of a longer discussion. Once again, a worthwhile discussion, but at what price and at what result? So I will obviously be opposing the recommendation of staff. Anybody else would like to cool my jets or make a motion? Or what would you like to do, Ms. Sneddon?
Well, I'd like to do both, Mr. Mayor. So just briefly, and I know I already spoke a long time, but to the idea that rent control has failed everywhere, it is the reason that I suggested the Beverly Hills model, because it's been around for over 30 years. It is successful. It has not caused the destruction of housing. There are no slums. It has not caused the deterioration of profit. There's quite a bit of profit. So it's the reason why I thought that might be a good framework to look at, because it isn't a failure everywhere, and that's one example of where. And again, to the idea that studies are not effective, this council took a very decisive action after getting results from Kaiser Marston, from Cosmont, from Novak. We really, truly did, and we had the information. And if we choose then not to act after having the information that's tailored to our community, then we choose not to act. But I think right now, there is a desire to have the information to know how it could work, if it could work here. So I would like to make the motion to move forward and fund the recommendation for a study.
Okay, and then Alejandro Gutierrez.
I'll second Alejandra's motion, actually.
Well, I had already said that I would like to make the motion, but I'll second it. But I do want to say that when, I think it was my first or second council meeting, this issue came up. And because I know Santa Barbara is a very unique city, I wanted data. I wanted data specifically for this city, because we had information that we can show the public why rent stabilization wasn't going to work and why it would, instead of us coming up with our personal view. We all have biases. I do agree with you, Mayor, that if we had the solution for affordable housing, we would have done it already. Santa Barbara is a very unique city. I'm in the middle. Part of me says, okay, there's some cities that it's worked, but I know that Santa Barbara is not every other city. So for me, it was really important in our last discussion not to go vote right away for the 2%. I wanted data specifically for this city, because then we can educate the public, and the public doesn't come back to us saying, well, you made this policy on your bias expectations or your information. It was information that is coming directly from the city and the data out there. And then we've gone through a lot of economic changes. I also want to see how affected the rental assistance program was that the state of California gave to renters. I think it's really important. I think this is the start of the conversation. I don't believe this is just a way of avoiding the conversation. It's actually bringing facts, real live facts that pertain to our city, because this is going to be an ongoing conversation. And council members are going to come and go, and mayors, but we have to start somewhere. We need to have data for this specific city. And yes, a lot of people can say that we've wasted a lot of money in outside consultants, but since I've been on this seat, the last 2 consultants we've had have actually been very helpful, like Ms. Sneddon said, especially in the community development department. Some of my colleagues and I have been in a committee, and that department has moved forward. So I do want to push for this recommendation for this outside consultant, because we will have real facts for our own city instead of basing facts from other cities. Thank you.
Mr. Jordan.
If you're going to debate the motion, may I have some clarification? Because I'm hearing,
Oh.
I'm hearing staff's recommendation, and I want it to be clear that staff's recommendation implicitly continues the recommendation and motion of the last time you heard this item, which is to move forward with the rent control. But the debate that I'm hearing on council is we'd like the study and then make the decision. So I'd like clarification from council on those issues when you get to the point. I don't want to interrupt your discussion, but I'm a little confused as to what you're directing us.
So there is a motion and a second on the floor. If you may like to clarify, then we can speak to the motion. So do you want to make sure we have the motion clear, Ms. Sneddon? or Ms. Gutierrez?
I would actually like to defer to Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez,
Okay.
who had planned to make the motion.
The motion that I want to support is to.
Could you speak up, please?
The motion that I want to move is to recommend staff to hire an outside consultant to look into data pertaining to our city, to have then the discussion about the 2% rent stabilization.
And Ms. Nand, is that how you understand the motion? Okay. Then Mr. Jordan to the motion.
So, does that answer, so I guess, does that answer the question that Ms. Bjork brought up and restrict the action simply to obtaining some data?
It does to my mind.
Okay,
And I'm
fair
sorry,
enough.
while I have the floor, I'd like a little more guidance from council, again, to your debate that I'm hearing,
I
which
think
is.
I'll help with you, because my question before this started was specific to staff's recommendation C as to where the money is coming from. I would like that clearly stated in the motion also, and that would help me. Thank you.
And the other piece is a little bit to the scope of the study, because the previous scope of study that we were understanding was to the issue of a rent control ordinance. And I think if you want to broaden it to general actions that this council might take to stabilize renter stability, it may be broader than just the rent control ordinance. So I'd like clarification on the scope of the study.
Perhaps we were premature, and it would be a good idea to hear comments from all the council members first before we craft.
Okay, well, let's
apologize.
let's temporarily table the motion so that we can do that. Mr. Freeman's got his lights on.
Thank you. I just wanted clarification, because I understand the need to get data, and I think I'm there, but I'm not 100%, because what I heard earlier was that if we move forward with this, again, going back to slide number 3, I'll read it for the public. It says, council directs further consideration of a temporary decrease in the city's annual rent increase limit from the state mandated 5% plus CPI to 2% plus CPI. The second bullet is the following. This is what I just want, and I think, Ms. Bjork, this is what you're asking as well. The second bullet reads, this action included direction to consider establishment of a rental registry, commencement of a long-term economic study, and drafting a comprehensive interim ordinance subject to future review. And what I've heard is all that would go forward today, and it would be from the city attorney's office to do just this component of it. In addition to the $200,000 that we would spend for the study, we would spend another 40 to 120 hours of city attorney time, plus another multiply that by 1.5, so what is that, 60 to 150 or so hours of public works and community development time. That's what I heard earlier, was multiply what your staff is, Mr. Cologne, by another 1.5. That is a significant investment, so if we want to do a study and get some data, I'd be open to that if that is what we're doing, but if we're going to direct them to do all this, then I can't support that, because I don't know what the cost is. I don't know if we're taking about 300 or 400 hours of staff time away. I don't know what other projects that are important to the community that we're going to have to stop. So we all want data, and if it is the 200,000 of data and the majority goes there, I'm willing to go there if it's just for the data. But if it's all this others, then I can't support that, because I don't know what the cost is in terms of stopping work and the actual cost to our city attorney and other staff. So if we could get the clarification in the motion, and the majority wants to get that, I'd support just limiting it to that.
I'll go to the motion maker, Alejandro
Yeah.
Gutierrez.
I just want to concentrate on the study, not the rental registry or the drafting of the. I don't want to spend any staff time, so that's why I really just want to focus, if the staff can just focus on the long-term economic study.
Well, if I can interject, I mean, as I read what was reported out to the public prior to the meeting, it's simply about this 200,000 appropriation for the consultant study. The rest of it is all in the staff report. So if I look at the posted agenda, that's what I think we're talking about. And is that what your thing is, Ms. Gutierrez, is to contain it just to that? Ms. Sneddon, you are the seconder of the motion.
I think it actually might be best if I withdraw my second and then vote on it. Even though I support the study, I have a question, I suppose, but I also recognize that Councilmember Herm, other people have their lights on, so I don't want to, but I'll just pose this question that when, at the previous meeting, when council directed that an ordinance be crafted, I did not see, and we put this as two parallel tracks, that the study be one and the crafting of an ordinance be another. I didn't see these two linked in this particular moment. I saw that this is the study and that ordinance would still be considered separately. But there's nothing, I mean, unless we make a motion to stop that process, I don't see that there's anything in this study that would interfere with that process.
Ms. Bjork, have you?
I'm sorry, and I should defer to Mr. Kalan because he's done more research, but my understanding is order for the rent control as directed from council at the last meeting to be effective, the rental registry has to be put in place, and that is the piece that is the significant lift and cost that staff is bringing. So if you want us to move forward on that, that's the portion that will require additional staffing and additional resources.
I'll just clarify, I'm sorry I've caused so much confusion with the stepping ahead of the motion, but I mean, it would be my preference to authorize all of it. So I think that isn't, I don't think what the.
That's different than the motion.
That's a different
then.
motion. And so I will defer to Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez, who had said she wanted to make the motion, and I won't be the seconder at this time.
So let me go ahead and then continue the conversation with the rest of my colleagues here to see what we got. We've got Ms. Harmon?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Councilmember Sneddon. My preference, a very strong preference, is to move forward with all three of these items. And I have to say, you know, this interim ordinance that we would be putting in place is really just sort of freezing the state of play as it is currently right now. I think it's clear that folks are in need of significant protection. And if this study takes 6 months or a year, I mean, you know, we don't have any sense of how long this will be. I think it's very reasonable that we would want to just sort of freeze the landscape as it is right now to put this interim ordinance in place. And we can tweak it, make changes, adjust in sort of response to what we find out from the study. I would also say, I think a question was put forth, well, before I move on to that, I'll say if the motion is to just move forward with a study, I will support that, but I too feel strongly that moving forward with all three is really imperative if there is the will of this council to do that. On the study itself, I wanted to just throw out a couple of things that I think need to be included, and I believe we had a couple of public commenters who pointed to this as well, but I just want to sort of sketch out a little bit the impacts of the constant exorbitant rises in rents and data about whether that's true, whether they are rising as quickly as we hear anecdotally, and how much, and how does that impact the community. If we can look at, through the consultant, other cities, a number of other cities were brought up. Beverly Hills obviously was done today by our city attorney, but there are other cities as well that can be reviewed by the consultant. I would be interested potentially in that. And then, of course, what percentage increase do we need to be able to ensure that landlords can maintain their properties to habitable standards? And then finally, I would really like to see some inclusion of how to make this financially sustainable. Where are we going to find the money? How can we fund it? What are our options for ensuring the financial health of this type of program in the long term for our city? I put that out there again. I know a number of commenters made comments to that effect, but I think in terms of scope of the study, that's really what I am looking to see. And just again, to close, I really think that we need to move forward with all three of these items today. They all work in tandem, and will all work to serve our whole community. So that's my pitch. And And thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Oscar Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with Ms. Harmon and Ms. Sneddon about moving forward with these three recommendations and also the additions that Ms. Harmon just mentioned. And I just want to kind of comment on the workload of city staff. I understand and respect that you all have a lot to do, and it's difficult. From my understanding, though, even before I got into politics, whenever I had interactions with city staff, it was always that city staff was stretched out thin and overworked. And I mean, even before the pandemic, right, that was an issue, that city staff was overworked and stretched out thin. So, like, to take a page out of Mr. Friedman's book, I'm gonna try to quote Kennedy here. You know, we do things not because they're easy, but because they're hard, and this is hard, you know. But it's something that we need to do, and yeah, that's what I got to say. Thank you.
Okay, I have Mr. Friedman and then Mr. Jordan.
Just one comment, if, depending on what the motion is, if it is just for the study. In terms of funding, Ms. Bjork, instead of reserves, can we direct staff to look into using ARPA funds? Because I think this is the type of thing that ARPA funds would be used. Maybe we fund it from reserves now if we have to go forward, but then we could have a recommendation for ARPA to backfill our reserves for this?
That's certainly feasible, and that'll give us a chance to make sure it's a qualified
Okay,
expense.
I'd like to include that if that ultimately becomes the motion on how to fund it.
Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Clown, I just need some protocol schooling here. So everybody's lumping these together or trying to lump them apart. The December 7th actions were actions that were directed by the council at that time. There is no action on the agenda today related to those bullets that are on December 7th, correct?
That's correct.
So those are neither eligible to say go forward or say stop in today's setting.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Jordan, let me say this. The actions of December stand until the council stops them.
Right.
What I was trying to say is that the linkage between the study and the ultimate product is unavoidable. And should you go forward with the study, to make that efficient and doable, I would want to continue on the direction from December.
Okay.
Again, that $200,000 investment is substantial, and I know that I certainly, and I'll venture a guess, Ms. Bjork would want it to lead to something productive. So,
internal.
you could undo December 7th today by not funding this study.
Because that is not on the agenda as an item today, correct?
That's correct.
To further it, referring just to it, or stopping it, because all we're considering today, based on the agenda, is a study.
Right. In other words, funding the study and killing the ordinance is not a Brown Act option today.
Got it. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, very good. So it's pretty clear that we're not very clear, as usual. And, but as I look at this and I think about things like our reduced library hours and some of our staffing shortages and some projects we're behind on, I'd like to ask Ms. Bjork, I mean, if we were to expend these funds out of wherever, what are we giving up from what we're expected to be doing for the public with these funds?
Well-
What kind of projects are going to be stuck on hold, do you think?
We would be taking them out of reserves, and so ultimately, that means that they're not available to program to other resources. As a couple of your colleagues brought up, we are already underfunded in Parks and Rec and Library, so it would further hinder us in restoring those services. Additionally, we would need, I would like direction from staff, from council, as to where this falls in work-life load priority, because it will delay work. It will fall to community development. They've got a completely full plate, and it will delay work that they are undertaking, so it will we will have to figure that out, short of adding additional staff resource to support this effort.
Thank you. Mr. Friedman?
So I just need the clarification again. I think I'm even more confused after Councilmember Jordan and Mr. Cologne's discussion. It's either everything that's on there or nothing. There's no option just to do the study today.
The council can direct the study and come back and tell us to not do the ordinance. What I'm trying to say quite simply is it doesn't make sense to spend the money on a study if you don't intend to back it up with an ordinance if the study shows acceptable numbers. And we know the range of numbers. The state mandates rent stabilization of 5% plus CPI capped at 10%. So we know we are really working somewhere between CPI and 10%. That's the range that a consultant would need to look at. As I understood the council in December, you had no data upon which to decide what percentage. And I understand the council in moving forward on rent control or rent stabilization does not want to do anything precipitous that would hurt the housing market. So the study is the safety valve we're offering to the council and community to avoid unwanted harm from a poorly done economic regulation. Study'd be great to do, but by itself, it doesn't do anything.
Mr. Jordan? Another false light. Okay, Ms. Gutierrez.
Okay, Mr. Cologne, just for my clarification. So I'm confused. I thought today we were going to vote on what there was in the agenda. I do remember all of this on December 7th, clearly. And I do agree, and it's my understanding that when we do this study and we get the data, we're going to work on an ordinance. My only concern is that we're already in the hole financially, and staff is overworked even more than the usual. And priorities are just getting pushed down. I am not okay with taking money out of parks or library. So I need clarification because I understand that the study is a stepping stone to get to the ordinance, to get to this long-term the rental registry. It's like the first step. So I'm a little confused of what's going on right now.
Okay.
So if I'm confused, I'm sure people in the public are confused. So if you can break it down to me like I'm in high school, please.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez. I apologize, my communication has been unclear. The problem isn't with you, it's with me. In sequencing the tasks necessary to do what you told me to do on December 7th, the first step is having these consultant data available. As we looked at the experience in Beverly Hills, we found a success, but we found a success born of very expensive civic engagement. I didn't want to come to the ordinance committee with an ordinance without letting the council know the cost consequences of both the study and a future ordinance. It would, Ms. Bjork and I are committed to achieving the council's priorities. We can't make priority decisions when we allocate funds ad hoc, piece by piece. You need to look at the whole plate and decide what you want on that plate. So the effort today was to identify the potential costs down the road so you could scale it in as council to the priorities you see coming. I don't want to be alarmist, but AB 838 could be a significant cost burden in the landlord-tenant field. Likewise, I don't want to be alarmist about rent stabilization, but the data are the data. The numbers I put up there for Beverly Hills, Santa Monica, Berkeley, those are real. So I think it's best not to believe that this can be done necessarily inexpensively. It can be done well, and we can look for funding sources, but I would not advise doing the study if there isn't support for an ordinance down the road.
Thank you so much for that clarification. That makes total sense. And I think from what I'm sensing from the council, that we are in support of, doing the study and then moving on to an ordinance. I am. So I would have to tweak my motion, right? Or how?
Okay, Ms. Bjork had a comment now. Ms. Sneddon.
I'd like to second Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez's motion and I will clarify, make my own comments, that let's just stay focused on what's agendized today. It was also my understanding that what's agendized is whether to fund the study or not to fund the study, and not get ahead of ourselves of what that means further down the road. Let's take this piece, have some data, and know that we'll have a chance to look at that data before to inform our further choices.
Mr. Friedman.
This is tough. I still need clarification, though, on whether or not we're still going forward with the temporary ordinance and the rental registry work that is, 40 to 120 hours of city attorney time and 1.5 times that on other time. And because what I'm hearing from Mr. Colon is we can't do that today. If we approve the study, we have to go forward with that. And I don't know how much the cost in that is, and I don't know what other priorities that serve the community that we're taking away on that. So again, if it's just a clear-cut vote on the study and getting the data, I think there's 4 votes to do that or more. But if it's including those other components, I don't know what the cost is, and I don't know what other service delivery we're going to have to reprioritize. So I can't make those findings to move forward with it, and I'm still unclear on if that's a part of it.
Ms. Bjork.
I'm just going to offer an alternative solution to the challenge. I hear you as a council, and perhaps and people feel free not to take it, but you could fail to act on this item today, but direct staff to come back with a scope of work for a study that would put on pause the other work that you have lined up, that I hear some of you wanting the study to proceed and some of you wanting to go forward in parallel. So that would really become, the question is, do we go forward study first or in parallel, which is right now, and that would be a question to the council, and we could bring that back. We've got very good direction. We could probably bring it back to you on consent, although I'm sure it wouldn't stay there.
Well, thank you. That's actually relatively creative. I mean, as I sit there, I wasn't around for the December hearing. Did watch it, painfully, but I watched it. And as I listened to everybody talk now, it's very clear that we still aren't clear on what we really want out of the deal. And to have the ordinance be a fait accompli before we start the consultant work is kind of a foreign concept to me as well. I don't think we're scoped. I don't think we're defined. I don't think we know exactly what to tell people we want out of this thing yet. So I would suggest, if we want to continue this conversation, rather than commit to the funding now, because as I said before, that $200,000, that's just the down payment on a much larger scope of work that's going to take away from other general fund issues that we have right now. Can we come back with I mean, I don't know if, once again, I'll let my colleagues make a motion, but I can't see going forward with this confusion right now and thinking we're doing something that's going to end up in a positive way other than one more consultant report on the shelf.
We can certainly do that if that's what council directs. But that, I mean, I hear a divided council up there, so that's part of the reason to make, I'm hearing unity around the study and having the study conducted, but that, I'm not hearing unity around the issue of go forward full force right now with a temporary ordinance. And that's where that would be that decision that you were making. I want to make that very clear.
Does the study make sense without the ordinance in the wings?
Yes, it would make sense in terms of informing the ordinance once it was completed, but right now we have them on parallel tracks, so we would be writing an ordinance at the same time we're doing a study.
And are we in a position to scope an ordinance to tell a consultant what it is we actually would want?
Well, I'd like to answer that if I might, Mayor. I tried to say it in response to Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez. The economic problem the council identified in December is pretty simple. We know state law caps rent increases at 10%. The question is there a smaller number that will allow Santa Barbara's rental market to flourish? That's what you're really asking. Can you cap rents at less than what the state caps them without harming the Santa Barbara rental market? From my standpoint drafting, that is a number. That is likely a single digit in about 30,000 words of documents. So analytically, that percentage really doesn't matter to me. That's a policy issue that the study will guide. The technical legal stuff of rent control, all of that we can draft in parallel. That's why I answered the way I did. I'm not trying to force that on the council. Obviously, if you wish to undo what you did in December, you can delay today. You could put today's decision into the budget, however you wish. All we were trying to do is facilitate the direction in December in the most organized way we could without wasting money.
So I don't know if Kristen or Alejandro was first, but go ahead, Kristen.
I still support the motion to move forward with the study today. We could come back with scoping questions or clarification, but I think that what was set in motion on December 7th was a parallel track of both the ordinance and the study. And actually, the study was a little bit of an afterthought. It wasn't the main driver. The main driver was the ordinance. And so I don't see anything in today's agenda that even allows us to undo that action. That's on its own parallel track to come to ordinance. I expect that it will come to ordinance committee. And this study is to help inform the numbers that might be in that parallel track. So I didn't see this as if we approve the study or don't approve the study, that this even at all affects the ordinance track, because that's its own track, and this helps us make a better ordinance. It doesn't say yes to the ordinance or no to the ordinance, and I don't think we should get ahead of ourselves and presume that that study is going to stop something else in its tracks or not. There are other budget considerations. We consider those at budget time. There are other considerations when the ordinance comes forward. But right here is just the study to help inform us. But these were two parallel tracks. And moving forward with this study and funding this study, in my mind, does in no way impede the track of the ordinance. That's its own track. So I would like to move forward with the motion to fund the study. I think it could come back with scoping clarification, so we all have time to look into this further, what we would want out of the study, but I'm still prepared to move forward.
Alejandro Gutierrez.
Mr. Colon, so if we move forward with the study and we get the information from the study, can then we come back and discuss the funding that will take to staff to put together this ordinance? Because my understanding, or the way that my brain functions, is that we get the data and then we create an ordinance based on the data. But do we have to talk about staff time and funding for the ordinance? And I do appreciate you bringing this up so we could keep in mind that this is going to cost time and money from staff. But is there a way that we can right now just focus on saying yes or no to the study, and then when we get then we can come back to maybe guide what we want out of that study specifically, and then talk about, after we get the data, how we're going to spend the time and money to create this ordinance? Because I don't believe that we should just waste money and asking for a study and not doing anything about it. I mean, if we're going to spend money for a study, we have to give the public at least some reassurance that we're going to create an ordinance.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez, yes, we can accomplish it in that manner. The $200,000 figure was not based on an RFP or interviewing consultants. It is roughly the sum Beverly Hills spent for organizational consulting. And that's in addition to the economic. What I would suggest, I think Ms. Bjork alluded to, and as well as Councilmember Sneddon, if the council wishes to go forward and authorizes us today, I think it would behoove us all to come back to you with the scope of work for this study for your approval. And at that time, we would have the option to give you a better sense of cost and workload impacts, as well as whether we'd want a consultant to look at designing a program, telling us what resources would be necessary. So with the motion on the floor now, if you wish, you could add a direction for us to bring the scope of work back for your approval.
Thank you, Mr. Colon, for this explanation. And the reason that I ask these questions is because I think it's really important that the public understands that, there's a reason why, or at least why I'm hesitant in saying, yes, I want to also have staff working on the ordinance at the same time. We have really important also pending priorities right now, and Ms. Bjork mentioned two of them, the library and parks. And so I just want the public to be to understand that we are not dismissing the ordinance. We just want to focus right now on this study. And I do want to add on my motion to address staff to, what did you say at the last part?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez, it would be to have staff return with the scope of work for council approval.
So to my motion, I want to add that I want staff to come back with a scope of work for the ordinance?
For the economic
For the
study.
economic study. Thank you.
Okay, the
Second.
seconder, I see Mr. Friedman's slide, but you got the seconder to the motion?
Second.
Okay, Mr. Friedman.
So just to, I'm getting there. So just to clarify, coming back is just for the scope of the economic study that we want to put out there, but you'd still be going forward with the other components on this slide, and all that staff time? Or would you hold off on that and there would be an opportunity in the future? Because what I heard Councilmember Sneddon say was they need to go together and they're separate. And so if we vote on this today and then it comes back and they're not separate, because to me, again, I don't know how much staff time what the cost is. I don't know what we would be delaying to do the other components of this. Because if it's just $200,000 to do the study and get the data, that's not going to delay the staff work. But if all of a sudden we're spending 250 hours of staff time or even more, we are delaying staff work. And so I'm still unclear on, even if we come back, what scope of work? Is it just the study? Or is it the temporary ordinance and the parallel work that Councilmember Sneddon already indicated she doesn't think we should come back on?
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, I wouldn't have suggested coming back with the scope of work if we intended to push forward in the interim. What I would suggest is when the council's approved a scope of work, that would indicate, I hope, 4 votes to carry out the instructions from December, and we'd move forward with that once the scope is done. So really what I'm suggesting is that while you'd be authorizing the expenditure today, it would be conditioned on approval of the scope of work. And once that's done, unless you directed otherwise, we'd implement what you said to do in December. In other words, you'd have another opportunity to say no if that's what you wanted.
So this motion would be just for the $200,000 for the study and then everything else comes back to us. And so you don't move forward on any of these, you don't start reassigning work until the council gives you that direction to do it, on the interim, on all of it. I just want to be crystal clear on that, because I think there's...
What I'm saying is that the council's action funding the study wouldn't be complete until you've approved the scope of work. And we set up this funding as a prerequisite to starting the more intensive ordinance work. So we would not start the more intensive ordinance work until the council's approved a scope of work.
Okay, Mr. Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want to say I appreciate all the discussion. It's clearer to me now, but clearer not necessarily in a direction everybody else wants to go. Still, the best question and answer was between myself and the city attorney, and that's that there is no credible reason to move forward with the study unless you plan to move forward with the other actions up there on the screen. And I can't support the other actions being the final actions, so I'm unable to even box in this study as a study item that's separate from those, based on the answers I've gotten from staff. Thank you.
Very good. Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, wow, this has gone around. I really appreciate the conversation. It's teased some things out for me. I personally, this study, and I have to say, I think this was the intent of the vote on the 7th. This study was in service of the ordinance, was in service of the broader work that was to be done to put this policy in place. So for me, I really don't support stopping that work. And I have to say, I similarly feel strongly about all that we are asking staff to do, recognizing that there are many competing priorities, but housing is fundamental. And to be able to have a community that's stabilized, where people can stay in their homes to take advantage of the services that we provide at our libraries, to take advantage of our parks. That's fundamental. That's really just sort of at the core, I think, of what we need to be doing to serve our residents. So, for me, I'll support what I have to today, but I really do think we need to move forward with the interim ordinance. This is the whole purpose of this conversation in the first place, along with the establishment of the rental registry, and use this study to bolster it and to really build up the regime that we put in place. But I don't support cabining it and stopping that work until, I guess I'm still not 100% clear on when these different pieces would come into play. But I wanted to make sure that I go on record saying that I really would like us to continue to move forward on this parallel track. That's my 2 cents today. Thanks.
Well, inadvertently, Ms. Harmon kind of makes one of my points for me, and that's that we've got a study that's going forward primarily to reinforce what we think we already want to do, and that's the irony for me is that are we fact-finding, or are we just trying to support a foregone conclusion? And that's how it feels to me. I have a hard time supporting that, given whatever I believe about rent control or not. This just seems like a kind of an adverse way of doing this as far as the public trust goes, so I won't be supporting it. Mr. Gutierrez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I'll be supporting it, but I just want to echo Ms. Harmon's statements that I feel like, now is the time, and we got to do as much as we can when we can. But as far as we can get to a consensus, then I'll take it.
Okay, do we understand the motion? Ms. Bjork? And there's a shaking of heads.
Yes, if this is how I understand it, if that is helpful, that we will move forward on a parallel track. The attorney will begin drafting the ordinance, and the ordinance will not come to ordinance committee until we have the data from the study to insert into that ordinance, but the two will start the work on the two at the same time, given the motion that I believe to be on the table right now.
Is that how the motion maker and the seconder understand it?
Sorry, no. I just don't understand how we're gonna create an ordinance at the same time that we're conducting a study. It just doesn't, I thought we would create policy by having data. And I don't know how we're gonna start creating a policy at the same time we're getting the data. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. So I should probably be not the person to do this motion, because my understanding of my motion is go ahead, do the study. After getting all the data, then we start creating the ordinance. And that was that second portion of my motion about the scope of work for staff. And then it went sideways again. So no, I'm not gonna, I don't want to be the person recommending the motion, because I'm still confused, I guess.
Ms. Sneddon?
Might I suggest that we just keep it simple to the motion that was on the table, to move forward with the study, to come back with the scope of work for council's approval? Full stop.
Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes, I am in support of that.
Okay, Mr. Friedman?
But again, I don't understand what the scope of work is. Is it doing all this interim parallel stuff, or is it just the study and then coming back and deciding every other thing at a later time? The scope of work it's two different things, and I'm hearing one scope of work from Councilmember Sneddon is different than the scope of work I'm hearing from Councilmember Gutierrez. And so at this point, I can't vote on anything until we identify what the scope of work is. And if any work gets done on the others, in order to make that decision, I need to know what the cost is in staff time. We have the hours and what we'd be taking off. Or is it just on moving the data? Because I agree with Councilmember Gutierrez that the data is what should drive the policy. But if I'm hearing it's two parallel tracks, I don't understand. And I don't understand what the scope of work is.
Honorable Mayor,
Mr. Colon?
is that a question, Councilmember Friedman?
Yes, I don't understand what we mean by scope of work, because different council members are interpreting it
Let me try and say
differently.
it again. On December 7th, the city council said build a car, but we don't know what color it is. The study's going to help you figure out what color it is. I know how to build a car. I need you to tell me what color it is. So the parallel part of this is that building the ordinance, working with the community, is not dependent on the percentage. That'll be a key issue for the council, but it's not critical path to getting all of this other work done.
And I have to say, Mr. Colon, that analogy right there is the crux of my problem. That's saying we're going to build a car. It's not whether or not we should build a car. We're going to build a car. Now, what color is it going to be based on the consultant work? And so that's a fait accompli. That's something I think is not even what we announced that we were going to talk about today in public. So that's where I'm really struggling with this, because I don't think that's in keeping with our work up here. I think that's really inconsistent. So, Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes, I agree, Mayor. I do agree you know how to build a car. But for me, getting the data and status is like going to, a dealership and say, I'm thinking of buying a car. Can you give me stats on this specific car, the mileage? I need the information. I need the data before, and then coming back to say, yes, I want the ordinance and how it's going to look like. Or I do believe we have to have some sort of ordinance, but I don't want to start that conversation until we have the data. And the rental registry, that for me comes last. I need the public to understand the situation we're in first. And then we talk about, steps 1, 2, and 3.
And again, as I understand the motion to be a motion by Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez, seconded thus far by Councilmember Sneddon, and it is to conduct the recommended rent control economic analysis, but to return with the scope of work for that project to council before we undertake it. And what I said to the council is that we would not start drafting any rent control work or going to ordinance committee until the council had seen the scope of work and approved the study.
I'm looking at the motion maker and the seconder. Is that expressed properly?
Okay, Mr. Colon, I can talk car language real quick. Okay. I go into BMW and I say, this is what I want to pay monthly. And they say, okay, the car you want, you won't be able to afford it because on the long term, you're going to have to invest X, Y, and Z. But there's a smaller car. So I want that study to show me what we're facing now in the housing and what is feasible for the long term for the city. And to also give clarity to the public why we can't be other cities or why we can. So I don't want to start creating a policy while the study's being made. That I don't want. For my motion is to say, yes, I want a consultant to come in and analyze our city and give us some data. Then the data comes back, just like we did with the Novak report. And then we direct staff on what we want to do next.
Okay, I have one suggestion, and then I'll stop trying. Honorable Mayor, perhaps the way to solve this is the motion that's currently on the floor to come back with the scope of work, but with direction to staff, meaning your city attorney, to include in that report an opportunity for the council to direct the sequence of what you wanted us to do. So we'll come back with a scope, and you can tell us at that time whether you want us to get to work or wait until the study's done. In other words, I can put the December 7 issue back on the table for you when we come back with a scope of work, if that's what the council wishes.
I'm okay with that, but I don't know what my colleagues would want.
Ms. Sneddon.
I don't want the sequencing to be part of what comes back and part of the motion. December 7th, an action was taken to set things in motion. And these are sort of runaround ways of undoing those actions. Those actions were taken. The study supports what number goes into those actions. That's all. I would like to just move forward with the study. That's what's on the agenda today, with the scope of work to come back. And that scope of work is to inform the number, but could also have additional things we want to know, like how to be self-sustained funded, how to implement a rental registry if that were to go that way, and the other items that can come back with the scope of work. But what's before us today is funding the study that we already asked for back in December. So it's we can work out all those other items, but today it's just about the study and what can come back as the scope of work of the study.
Well, let
Mr.
me ask
Mayor, I don't want to be the first person to, I don't want to move the motion because I'm clearly very confused, so.
Well, let me ask you a question, Ms. Sneddon. So does that mean that your intention from December 7th forward to here is we're going to do some kind of rent control ordinance where just the study is to give us the model? So you're saying we're doing this because that's what you guys decided in December? That's not the way I heard it as a public member, but okay. So that the fait accompli is rent control, we simply are studying a model.
It was interim. It was an interim rent
I
control
really
ordinance.
think, I gotta say, I think the public isn't understanding it that way, and that's really bothersome to me. We're probably gonna hear about it tomorrow in the media, but I'm telling you, I think the public was talking about whether or not, per this posted agenda, we were talking on whether or not to fund a study. And what we're saying tonight is that the study is to support the conclusion that we will have a rent control ordinance that is somehow more restrictive than the California ordinance. Am I correct in that?
If it's supported in the data. And I think Councilmember Harmon also
But,
is.
but it's saying we are going to do something along those lines. It wasn't like we're going to see if we should do something. We are going to do something. Is that?
Well, clearly the dynamic was different at that time,
Okay.
that that was passed.
Yeah, because as a member of the public who watched intently, that's not what I got.
There was-
But it doesn't mean I'm right. It's just not what I got. Ms. Harmon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For whatever it's worth, and I don't know, maybe it's not worth much. I wanted to just clarify my understanding of December 7th and what I thought we voted on, because I do feel a bit like we're trying to undo something that was lawfully voted on just a few weeks ago. My understanding of our action on December 7th was that we voted in favor of moving forward with the development of a comprehensive interim ordinance for rent stabilization. In addition to that, we would pursue a study that would inform that ordinance and help us transition it from interim status to permanent when we have that data. So I think my understanding of the action is quite similar to Councilmember Snedden's, if I'm understanding her correctly. I think it was pretty clear that that's what we intended to do. At least I thought it was. I think there are just maybe some different views on how to approach this. So I don't know, Mr. Mayor, if it makes sense for me to make a motion for what, or Councilmember Snedden, perhaps maybe it's time we just vote on this. But truthfully, I have to say, I think to change the order now really feels, I respect you, Mr. Mayor, and your perspective that you don't feel the public understood that. Sort of on the other side of that, I feel like we are making an end run a bit around a vote that was lawfully taken. So I just share my perspective on that meeting on December 7th. And if you think it would be helpful for us to make a motion, I'd be happy to do that and move the conversation forward, but I leave it to you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, hang on to that thought. Ms. Gutierrez has a comment, and then we'll talk about a motion.
I'm not trying to change anything. My situation is that it's not, like, what is presented in the agenda is my understanding of what we were going to vote on today was the study. Yes, we talked about all of that stuff. And today's meeting was for my understanding, and from the people that I spoke out in the community, and from the emails I got, was the study. So this conversation about we voted on this on December 7th, and now there's people trying to change the conversation. No, I'm sticking to what the agenda is, unless I'm wrong. I've asked for so much clarity. Yes, I want to vote on this. But I'm not going to vote on something that is not clear, just like Mr. Friedman is mentioned. So, Mayor, you're the leader here. I'm not gonna make the motion because I'm sticking to what my understanding of the agenda was.
Okay, very good. I think Ms. Harmon volunteered to make a motion. Do you want to try that?
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and apologies for my lighting here. I'm doing the best I can with this technology. So what I think I would like to move, and please jump in, Councilmember Snedden, if you're interested in, or whoever's interested in hopefully seconding, is to move forward with the study with the consultant, move forward with funding the consultant, and request that staff come back with a scope of work defining that study. That, to me, is the entirety of the motion, which also means that in parallel, the development of an interim ordinance will be running simultaneously, if I'm understanding correctly.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's a motion by Harmon, second by Oscar Gutierrez. Any comments to the motion? Ms. Snedden?
I think we might leave off the parallel discussion at the moment out of the motion, and then I think we might have support if we remove that language.
Thank you, and I agree just based on what was published for the public to see.
Thank you. Yeah, that is fine with me. I just only added it because I wanted to clarify for myself that by making that motion, just move forward with the study, come back with the scoping, that means that these parallel items will continue. Is that correct?
All right. So Eric Friedman and then Michael Jordan.
So we're going in circles. I think
Yes, we
someone
are.
said it was Groundhog Day, but I'm confused because the beginning of this conversation, my understanding was the city attorney said we can't decouple it.
Mr. Kalani.
Honorable Mayor, Councilmember Friedman, what I said is that I can, today, as Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez says, you're not agendized to stop the project you directed in December. So the motion is to come back with a scope of work defining the study, and at that point, the council can have a full deliberation. I don't intend to go to the ordinance committee until that scope of work is cleared by this council.
So we'd have the December 7th hearing all over again, basically. Because we're talking about the parallel moving all that forward.
That's,
I think I'll just vote. I'm ready to vote.
Okay, Mr. Jordan? No? Okay. Anybody else? Last call. All right, very good. We have a motion and a second on the floor. Would you please read the motion, Madam Clerk?
Yes, I will read the motion here, but please jump in to correct. A motion by Mayor Pro Tem Harmon, seconded by Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, to move forward with the funding consultant study and request that staff return with a scope of work defining that study. That means in parallel, the development of the interim ordinance will be happening simultaneously.
Very good. Any questions as to the motion? Ms. Nedden?
Thank you. I believe I was hoping to remove that in parallel comment.
Okay, we'll go back to the maker and the seconder.
Yeah, I'm comfortable striking that last clause about parallel.
Thank you.
I think it's implied at this point. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor Pro Tem Harmon, Mayor Pro Tem Harmon, did you say you were uncomfortable or comfortable with removing it?
I'm comfortable with removing it.
Comfortable, okay.
Thank you.
Affirmative, okay, thank you.
Misheard you as well. Okay, very good. Mr. Jordan, do you have a comment to the motion?
Yeah, it's the same one as before. The staff report does it, but could somebody making that motion please reference where we're going to get the money from?
And you would like that as part of the motion?
It's
Or-
a presumption to staff unless somebody does. It's clearly in the staff report as as part of the recommendations on directing staff how to pursue and pay for it.
All right, I'll go back to the maker and the seconder of the motion.
I would be very comfortable with this coming from ARPA funds
The
to the
seconder?
extent that's legal. I mean, I know we'd had that discussion
I
earlier,
think the
but
discussion
I'm happy
was
to-
that it has to initiate from reserves, which is really what I want to hear, and then potentially could be repaid by ARPA if it qualifies.
Because we don't know
But
if ARPA
I'd
qualifies
just
or not.
clearly like to get it on the record that the motion is being asked to take up to $200,000 from the reserves.
we don't typically put that in motions. So I guess my question is why? Can you explain why you think it's important that it goes in the motion?
Well, it's item C in the recommendation for action that council takes from staff. So they talk about it will cost up to $200,000 potentially, and then they ask for direction on where to move around the dollar appropriations.
Okay, then I guess we can add to be taken from reserves with the intention that that money come from the ARPA allocation.
Perfect, thanks.
Second.
Mr. Gutierrez?
I second that.
Yeah, go wait for your button. Are
Yeah.
you good with that, the seconder of the motion?
I'm going to second it. I understand that this is a very complicated issue. I just kind of want to emphasize to everyone that we all agree that we're in a housing crisis. This is a crisis. So in times of crisis, we have to act fast. And not to speak badly about previous councils, but the reason we're in this situation is because they didn't act fast. They kicked the can down the road for decades, and here we are trying to save whatever we can or do whatever we can to save our community. So I understand you all want data. Like, we didn't have data when we shut down State Street. We were in a crisis. We responded. We did something, and we're still figuring that out. We're still trying to come up with policy to try to make that as best for the community as possible. This is just another situation. So I understand that it's pretty tense and it's pretty complicated, but we got to do things that previous councils have never done before and try to see whether or not it'll work.
Okay, not exactly a standard I would go in, but okay, we'll do that. So we have a motion and a second on the floor. And if there are no further comments or questions, I would ask for a roll call vote. Madam Clerk.
Very good. I'm going to read the motion in the record one last time with the last
Yes, please.
changes. This is a motion by Mayor Pro Tem Harmon, seconded by Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez, to move forward with a funding consultant study, to request that staff return with a scope of work defining that study. It is to be funded from reserves with the intention that that be funded with ARPA allocation. Okay.
That's how I ended it. Okay, would you call the roll, please?
Very good. Now voting. Mayor Pro Tem Harmon.
Yes.
Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Aye.
Councilmember Jordan.
No.
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
No.
Councilmember Friedman.
No.
Councilmember Snedden.
Yes.
And Mayor Rouse.
No. Motion fails?
Motion fails.
Okay. Very good. We will move on to council member committee assignment reports. Or does anybody have anything to report out? Ms. Snedden?
I'm sorry, Councilmember Ross, I had my light on to ask a question if perhaps another motion could be made for anything that might be acceptable to come back with the scope of work, or is there a different motion that might
I'll ask the parliamentarian, Mr. Kaufman.
pass? And I'll ask Councilmember.
That is up to you, Chair.
Oh, goody. What did you have in mind, Ms. Snedden?
I had in mind whatever Councilmember Alejandra Gutierrez would like to move that she could support. I think there would be support for however you would want to move it forward. If you're still interested in a study, I think if there's a way to get there, it would be beneficial.
Thank you, Ms. Snedden. I really appreciate that. I'm very supportive of educating the public. I'm not in favor of making decisions and not having the public understand how these decisions are made. Yes, I represent a district that struggles a lot financially, finding homes. We have a Title I elementary school, the homeless, you name it. My district has it. Youth violence. I see firsthand how the housing crisis is hitting, but I also see how people are buying properties and flipping homes and not making my district affordable. So when these decisions come to council, I'm not trying to gentrify my district because that narrative is out there, or I'm a sellout. I need the public to understand our situation here in this city. Because when we make decisions, I don't know, I can't speak for the rest of my council members, but I see how our decisions play out in our community. And it's not how we think they're gonna play out sometimes when we make the decisions. I was very comfortable in having the study made because I was a big advocate for that. I'm not saying I'm not for rent control, but I can't vote on something if I don't have the data. And I am not gonna go off of data from another city because Santa Barbara is not another city. I wish Santa Barbara can have similar numbers or similar geographics to other cities, but we are not. And this is why we continue having a housing crisis, a youth violence crisis that we can't, resolve. And we have so much money in the city. I need to be informed in order to create an ordinance, and I need the public to understand why we're creating that ordinance and why it's looking that way. I'm not going to play politics right now. And the reason I voted no is because I don't feel comfortable with what was on the table.
So I have just kind of a closing comment, maybe a suggestion to move on beyond this, because clearly this isn't going to go away, and nor should it. The conversation needs to be robust and ongoing. I really think we approached tonight and in December trying to solve for X. We hadn't really defined X. We weren't really sure exactly what it is we wanted. And I would think even if we wanted to make an ad hoc or a select committee out of this body to pursue that very idea, so that when we come back to the table for these ideas, we can really say to a consultant, this is what we want, this is what we expect, and avoid these kind of circular conversations up here that really are ill-defined and really don't have a direction that gives anybody a clue what we want out of it. Because I really think, but Ms. Gutierrez made a great point about the public really needs to understand this. They understand why they're doing this, and they need to understand that, yeah, the library's not open 2 days a week because we can't afford to do it. So before we go off and do these things, and this isn't, it's a crisis, but once again, they called it a crisis in the 30s. So it's one of these ongoing things. Let's just take a moment, maybe reform, knowing this conversation is going to go forward in the future before we go and expend money we don't have on an answer we're not sure what we want it to be, and then and we could take another shot at it down the road. That's what I would say. There's no temporal nature to this particular issue at the moment. Ms. Gutierrez.
I have one final comment. When the libraries and parks were brought up, for those that I know that they become homeless from, de la noche a la mañana, from one day to another, they become homeless. Or for the children I work with in our families that live in a section of a living room of a home, the libraries and the parks are their space to hang out until they have to go home into their tiny space. The libraries provide such a safe space where children can do their homework and families can interact with their children. So I understand that we're in crisis and we need to respond, but I don't believe in responding to crisis out of a reaction. We have to be very smart when we respond to crisis, because those do have also a long-term consequences. And it's even harder on the community. We can't compare State Street to housing. They're two different things. Putting parklets out, that's easy. Every other city was doing it. But for our housing situation here in Santa Barbara, we need to think, yes, we need to think quickly, but we need to think smart. Because if we don't, you're going to hurt those people that you're trying to protect. And I am not going to risk hurting even more the ones that I'm trying to protect for politics, for political reasons.
Okay, I'm going to suggest that we move on, because I think we're just due for more circular conversations if we don't. What, Mike?
I just wanted to say, I'm in response to your offer, if anybody else is interested. And I'll let anybody else decide if they want an agnostic in that group, but I do know if you throw the ball, I'll go chase it. So if somebody's looking to get involved on a more granular level in an ad hoc committee, I'd be happy to jump in there and do some work. So I'll take you up on that lob you threw out there. I didn't see anybody else react to it. It doesn't have to happen today, but I'm happy to get ad hoc'd to death this year, okay? Happy to join in.
Ms. Sneddon has a comment.
I'll also be happy to join on that. There's no motion that could move us forward to do a study.
I think we're just going to go down the same rabbit hole, Frank, personally, but.
I'll like,
Listen,
so I can sleep tonight, I'd like to make the motion that we do a study, full stop. No other conditions on it, that we go forward with the study.
Second.
Mayor Rouse, may I ask a question of the city attorney? Mr. Klon, could they make a motion to direct staff to return with a study and what I heard in the conversation and the sequencing of work, and then we could take that forward in that manner?
Yes. No, we didn't.
The difference in what I'm suggesting and what you just voted on is it would revisit the sequencing of work.
Okay, and do we need a motion to do that? Can we just direct you to do that?
I really just want the study to happen in whatever format it could be supported.
I'm happy to facilitate getting a scope of work prepared. It will take a little bit of time, but I'm happy to do it if that's what you'd like.
So
So
where
Ms.
are we at,
Nevin,
Ms.
you're suggesting just to move forward with the study.
Just the study, no other implications, just the study.
I'm good with that.
I think that as I understand from your attorney, and I don't want to speak for you, so please correct me if I'm
Well-
wrong, the cleanest way to do that is to direct us to return with an item that brings back the scope of work and the sequencing, because the two are currently bound.
I would like to keep my motion as it is because I want it to go forward.
So where does that leave us with the ad hoc committee, or we table that for now and see what goes on with this vote?
Ms. Bjork, with the motion that's on the table, it's to go ahead and direct staff to find a consultant to do the study, just that. Right,
I don't
and move forward?
understand whether that is what it's constrained to or not. That's what I was trying to get
Okay.
clarification on.
Yes, and return to us with the scope of work. But just that, not all these other implications, not the sequencing, not the ordinance, not the parallel, not all the things that kill it. Just the study, approve it, and come back to us with the scope of work for our approval, period.
Okay, that's a first by Sneddon, a second by Gutierrez?
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Comment? And if not, Ms. Gorman, would you go ahead and do a roll call vote, please? Hopefully for the last time.
So again, please correct as necessary. Motion by Councilmember Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez to direct staff to order the study. Period.
And return to us with the scope of work.
To order the study and return to council with a proposed scope of work.
Yes.
Mr.
Sorry.
Jordan had a comment to the motion?
Just need a clarification again. I heard three different things in two different comments. So I heard that it was direction to staff to come back to us with a scope of work, not to do anything for a study.
My motion is to go forward with the study.
Okay,
And have staff
you.
return to us to approve the scope of work.
gotcha, thanks.
Okay. No further comments, then we will go to a roll call vote again, please, Ms. Gorman.
Sorry, this is the motion by Councilmember Sneddon, seconded by Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez to order the study and have staff return to council with a proposed scope of work. Councilmember Oscar Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Jordan.
No,
Councilmember Alejandro Gutierrez.
Yes.
Councilmember Friedman.
No.
Councilmember Sneddon.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Harmon.
Yes.
Mayor Russ.
No.
That motion carries.
Okay, very good. All right, so with not a whole lot of further ado, can we go to council committee assignment reports? Mr. Gutierrez.
Yeah, I just want to say congratulations to Ray from Ray's Liquor. He sold the business and is retiring, and he served the west side on San Andreas there for over 36 years, and he was just a staple of the west side and San Andreas, and he's really going to be missed, and really appreciate all the good times you helped facilitate, to put it lightly. And I also want to give my condolences to Big Rob Crew, who passed away. He was our security guard at San Marcos when we were in high school, and he was a bouncer at the Wildcat for a long time, and up until he passed away, he worked for the UCSB Police Department, and he was just a great guy, huge heart, but very serious, like not somebody you'd want to get on the bad side of, and he was the kind of guy that would, you know, take a bullet for you, and he kept us in line in school and made sure we were safe, and he's going to be really missed.
Thank you. Ms. Nedden.
And thank you, Mayor Rouse. I attended the Upper State Street Regional Action Plan meeting, and they were discussing that it's now complete. The Rose Garden Inn project has reached its conclusion. So that's news, and it was they'll have reporting out on that in the future. Community Choice Energy launch of the commercial program is coming. Attended the CEC Climate Action webinar, and then of course our council retreat, which I think was a great success.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I attended the Coastal Commission Sea Level Rise Working Group that I'm on as a member of the League of Cities. And we just discussed our work plan for the upcoming year. And then the Community Choice Energy Subcommittee, and then the Central Coast Water Authority. I guess good news is we went from 0% allocation for state water to 15% this year. So you get a little bit of water out of it. And then we also are moving forward. We had a report that was done on how to maximize our water sufficiency through a number of different measures, including the new amendments that passed for the State Water Project. So there was a really great analysis that was done, and we see that report, and the staff's going to come back with a recommendation on how to start implementing it so we can really diversify our water and get water that we were able to more securely store during the wet years, so we'll have it during the dry years, among other things, and so that's going to be a work in progress.
All right, and I'd like to adjourn in the memory of a couple of gentlemen who were involved in both education and sports and youth. One of whom was Mike Warren, who passed away just a few days ago, who was a coach and a mentor and somebody who was on the Eleen's Board Foundation, community activist. The other one was Gary Hart, who was our senator for a number of years and also was involved as an educator and an advocate for youth. And so we'd like to adjourn in both of their names. And with that, we are adjourned.